Hi guys, it's Sam from Made by Ireland. I'm really excited today to be showing you guys the newest pattern by Sophisticated Craft Designs. This is the Savour Tote by Sophisticated Craft Designs. Like all of Jassie's patterns, this one has been such a fun, practical sew. This was my first test to make. This one here is the one that we're going to be doing in this tutorial. I thought that I was keeping this test to make for myself as my own new mum bag. I'm now keeping both. They're both going to be my bags, I think. Let's talk a little bit about this pattern and why it is you need it. It is a super functional tote bag, perfect for working people, for mums, people on the go. Why do I like it? It's a giant tote, first of all. It even fits my my MacBook Pro. It has a large insulated pocket on the front, so if you are an office worker or anything like that, you can easily have a huge storage compartment insulated if you wanted for your work lunches, things like that. As a mum, this is the perfect playground bag. I have space for snacks, for sunscreen, anything that I need to keep weather controlled. And then I still have a giant section to fill with my laptop, with my water bottle, and all of my essentials. I took it today to playgroup and it fit absolutely everything I needed. Plus there was still space. What makes this really functional is there are two different strap designs, as well as two different strap lengths. So depending on how you like to wear your bag, you can wear it longer or shorter. There's also D-rings so that you can convert the bag into a crossbody if you wanted to. Jassie has thought about everything in this instructions, as she always does. There's information on how to make it fit the end user better, whether they're a left-handed or right-handed shoulder wearer. Shoulder wearer, is that the way to say it? I don't know. But she's thought of it all. Now, the actual pattern itself, on the inside, it's got all of Jassie's key features that you would expect. Thoughtful placement of pockets and zippers. It is absolutely fantastic. On the inside, I've got zipper overlay, zipper pocket, slip pocket, and then on the outside, we have, of course, our big insulated pocket, which, by the way, if you don't need an insulated pocket, a few of the testers actually did this as a non-insulated pocket so that you could use it for gym shoes, swimming classes, things like that. So if you line it with like PUL or something, you could use this easily as a swim bag. Wet things go in here after class. How amazing is that? The back, you've also got a giant slip pocket. Inside the giant slip pocket, you then have a hidden zipper pocket that goes the whole width of the bag. Okay, so this is a super fun make. Like I said with Jassie's patterns, one of my favorite things is that there's always new skills to be learned. And I have learnt new skills with this yet again. She's introduced a new way of doing the zipper ends, as well as the key leashes. The key leashes is a new way of doing it. I've never done it this way, and I've never had a more perfect looking key leash. So those are some of my top things that I've learnt with this one. The end construction's always really fun too. It's slightly different than what I've ever done for a tote. It's been really fun. I think I want to say it's like a French seam finish. I think that's what it's called. I'm not sure. It's not a drop-in. It's not binded, but there is a little bit of binding, but it's not a lot. It's just a tiny bit and it's really easy to do. So I hope you enjoy sewing along with me. Let's get sewing. Okay, let's have a look at some of the fabrics and hardware that we're going to be using for this make. Now, before I go through everything, I just wanted to bring you guys or bring some attention to this. So this is some of the pattern pages. Sorry, I'm being a bit naughty and bringing pattern pages on. This is page 4 and page 5, unless the instructions change between filming, which it shouldn't. But make sure you check these out. This is really great, especially for this pattern, because Jassie specifically breaks down exactly what piece is what on the completed bag, so you can make it exactly look how you want it to, and you can get an idea of what it's going to look like, especially for this pattern, because there are so many ways that you can change the look of this bag, from the front panel alone. If you saw any of the tester makes, you would have seen some did a matching front panel exterior and zipper pocket. Some did different zipper pocket to front panel exterior. Some did a patterned front panel exterior with the plain zipper pocket. Some did a patterned zipper pocket with the plain front panel exterior. So there's a lot of options for you to play with. So do have a look at this while you're deciding. I always have these 2 pages printed out. They're in all of Jassie's patterns. So I always have these 2 pages printed out next to the cut list while I'm cutting. Now, of course, like all of Jassie's patterns, this pattern comes with a cut list, pattern pieces, SVG files for if you have a cutting machine, as well as a projector cutting file. For the first time ever, I cut this pattern with a projector. So I've just become a projector owner, and this is the first bag I've sewn using a projector. Well, not this one, my tester one was, but same diff. Okay, now let's talk about what we've got here. So first of all, we've got our exterior fabric. For this one, I am using a water-resistant canvas from Inklings in the Kraken, which, disclaimer, is my company. So that's this one here. Now, for the accent fabrics, I am using green faux leather as well as a black faux leather. So I am doing the 2-tone straps. So there are 2 strap options where you can do all one color or 2 tones. I really like the 2-tone for this. I think it looks really beautiful and it really elevates. So I am 2-toning green and black because I think it will match that exterior fabric really beautifully. And so we've got all of that. My base at the moment is black. If it changes between, well, by the time I get to it, that's because I've changed my mind. I still haven't completely decided on that, but I am doing green and black. That's definitely for sure. I'm not changing on that. So I am using a lychee for the green, and the black is just a smooth vinyl. Okay, now, ooh, throwing stuff everywhere. Next, we've also got our lining fabrics. So my lining fabrics, I've got 3, well, actually 4 different colors here. So I have a plum. So these 2 are Vibrant Vu. So this is Vibrant Vu in plum and Vibrant Vu in burnt orange. These are both from Sophisticated Supplies. It is a water resistant canvas. I love using it for all my linings because it is water resistant. It's lightweight, especially for a bag like this. It's going to get bulky fast. So double check your machine's capacity and what it's able to sew and choose your fabrics based off that. That's a really important tip, is make sure what you're sewing, your bag's going to be able to handle. And what I'm talking about in particular is the exterior final top stitch, okay? The exterior final top stitch, it's going to get thick, and it's going to get thick fast. So just choose your fabrics wisely. Okay, I've also got, for the main lining of the bag, I'm using an army green sophisticated twill, again from Sophisticated Supplies. Now, the random piece of black twill, I am using this for the D-ring connectors. So the D-ring connectors are supposed to be an exterior fabric. It is going to be up against black faux leather for my make. If I can, I don't like to use faux leather for D-ring holders because D-rings can hold a lot of weight, especially for a bag this size. The one I made as my tester make, I use it as a bag for myself now. It's the perfect mum bag. So I have laptop in it, I have snacks in it, I have bottle of water in it. It gets heavy fast. Sophisticated twill is a really strong, hard-wearing fabric. I have less risk of perforation like you would with a vinyl. So that's why I am using a lining fabric instead of a exterior fabric for it. Okay, so that's the linings. Now, quickly, let's talk about the stabilizers because this is fun. So, of course, we know the front pocket is designed to be an insulated pocket. So I have here an insulated foam. Now, if you didn't want that pocket to be an insulated pocket, that is also absolutely fine. You don't need to have the insulated foam. The front pocket also makes a great shoe pocket if you wanted to use it as a gym bag, or Could be a multitude of other things, I don't know, like a swimming bag if you wanted to use water resistant canvas in there, or a PUL in there to keep it all dry. There's lots of options there, so it depends on your use. I am using this insulated foam. I did get this from Sophisticated Supplies. I am talking Jessie into bringing it back because I love it. If you are not able to get insulated foam, if you are in Australia, some of the Coles and Woolies bags, the insulated ones, you can cut them up and get this out. You might have to piece some of them together, which means it might not be as insulating as, you know, a full piece like this, but that is an option. Otherwise, you might also be able to find insulated fleece. So this is an insulated fleece. I bought it from one of our large fabric shops here in Australia. I've bought it a while ago. That's why it looks so yuck. Truth be told, I don't love it. It's definitely not as insulating as the foam. Also, because it's a fleece, it doesn't have as much structure to it. And if you've watched any of my videos, you know I like structure. Like that's just, it's a non-debate for me. So if you were to use a fleece, for myself personally, I would probably then, especially for the front and back panel of the pocket, still add a light stabilizer in there as well, just to give it more stability. But if you cannot get your hand on an insulated foam, insulated fleece seems to be easier to find across countries, okay? Now, I am also using a mix of different weight stabilizer for this bag. Now, I've been a little bit naughty. I think it's on the side panel. Jessie specifically says don't use adhesive stabilizer. Truth be told, since I discovered Sewfisticated foam, I've stopped stocking all other stabilizers. Sewfisticated foam has become my go-to. The only non-adhesive I have is a light non-adhesive Sewfisticated foam. So I am using Sewfisticated, so it is an adhesive, which is against the instructions, but I make it work. Now, I am using heavy for the side panels, the front and the back panel. And for the base, I am using a premium Sewfisticated foam. Now, there is an option where if your stabilizer isn't quite as thick, because the premium is thick. If yours isn't as thick, you can do 2 layers of stabilizer on the base. We really want it to have a nice, solid, stable foundation on that base, okay? So that's something to bear in mind. Now, hardware. So, if you've watched my videos, you know I don't cut my zipper tape until I need it. We've got zipper tape. We have 5 zipper pulls, 2 1-inch D-rings, and a 3/4-inch swivel hook. Now, the swivel hook is for the key leash tab. If you don't have a 3/4-inch swivel hook, you can adjust the piece to do a 1-inch swivel hook, or, and don't say that I said this, you could potentially just use the same pattern piece and do a 1-inch swivel hook. Just beware that swivel hook would be a little bit loose, so it wouldn't look as nice, it wouldn't look as finished as if you used an actual 3/4 one, but it's doable. Same with the D-rings. The D-rings, the pattern calls for 1-inch. If you do not have 1-inch D-rings and you wanted to use 3/4-inch, 1/2-inch, 1.5 quarter, 1.5, might be a bit too big, but just make sure you adjust the D-ring tab. No, 1.5 would work, but adjust the D-ring tab to fit your hardware, okay? But the pattern calls for 1-inch. And we also have magnetic snap, 1 set of magnetic snaps. So that's all the fabric and hardware. So let's get gang going. Sorry if the fabric part was a bit dull. I just realized what a dull day it is outside and I need extra light. So let's talk about some of the notions that you might find helpful. Bag feet probably should have been part of the fabric and hardware, but it is optional. I love bag feet on big bags, so I am doing bag feet. So it is 5 for the pattern exactly how it is. The ones I am using are Chicago screw ones, okay? Now, we're also going to need, of course, a lot of clips, double-sided tape. I've got some 1/8 and I've got some, I think it's a 1/4 inch double-sided tape. The reason being is 1/8 is quite hard to find here in Australia and more expensive than the 1/4. So where I can get away with it, I use 1/4. Where I can't, I use the 1/8. Okay. Next thing that we have, definitely don't need scraps, is some pens to mark your fabric. Make sure the pens you are using are safe to use on your fabric. So I do use just a normal pen if I'm drawing on the wrong side or on a side or in a seam allowance. But otherwise, this is my, what is it called? Vinyl safe pen that wipes off. So make sure you have the right type of pen or marking ability to do your bags. A lighter because we need to singe off zipper tapes, things like that. Seam ripper because I believe in the seam ripper curse. The minute you don't have it, the minute you're going to need it. A rivet spacing tool guide. So I got this from Brimax here in Australia. I didn't know that this is a thing before I got it. And now that I have it, I use it whenever I install any rivets, and it makes it easier to make sure everything is perfectly lined up. So I do use my rivet spacing tool. This is painter's tape. For those of you who don't know, I'm obsessed with painter's tape. Jassy actually includes painter's tape in this tutorial or in the pattern instructions, so that I'm obsessed with. Yep, so we need painter's tape. We do also have rivets in this pattern. So make sure you have a way of hole punching as well as installing your rivets, and pinking shears. If you do not have pinking shears, it's absolutely fine to just use normal scissors, but if you do have pinking shears, it will be helpful. Now, another thing that is super helpful that I didn't bring over because it's at my sewing machine is a pokey stick or a stiletto. Jassy uses hemostats, so they're like little, I guess like little pliers almost. And it's just to help you hold your fabric in place while you are sewing. Okay, so those are some of the useful notions for this. So let's keep going. Okie dokie, so let's start off with the straps. So like I said, this bag comes with 2 strap options. So I like the 2-tone strap. I just think it elevates the bag. It makes it look really pretty. And this is maybe a little bit of an unpopular personal opinion, but I find totes very easily turn into just like shopping bag looking, and I think the 2-tone strap elevates it so it looks more handbaggy, and I love that because yeah, this is going to be my everyday handbag for me. So we've got the 2-toned, which means you are needing 2 straps, strap A and strap B. Jassy's given us 2 options as well on lengths. There's a 7-inch drop length and a 10-inch drop length. I am doing the 10-inch drop length. For me, for my height, for my build, I feel like this is the most comfortable. For reference, I'm roughly about 170 centimeters tall, roughly about a size 12 Australian, and I am bigger chested, okay? So just to give you guys a bit of idea, I don't want to tell you my chest size because I feel like that may be a bit of a weird thing to put on the internet, but yeah, I am bigger chested. So we have strap A and strap B. Strap A is going to be the one that's on top, and strap B is the one on the bottom, which will have a peek through effect over the top, but on the bottom you'll just see strap B. Okay, so I'm doing green on top, black on the bottom. There is an option to add foam as well. So if you wanted to add foam to make it a more comfy strap, that is an option. I'm not doing that because, truth be told, I normally just wear webbing handbags. So this is really comfy for me as it is. So that's what I'm doing here. Okay, so I'm going to put one of each aside and we're just going to work on one piece for now. So we're going to start on, whoops, I've got all my markings on here. Okay, we're going to start with strap A. Going to turn it to the wrong side, draw a line right down the center, and then we're going to double-sided tape on either of the long edges. Go. Once we've done that, we're going to bring those long edges into that center line. Okay, so that's strap A done. Now we're going to work on strap B. So same as strap A, on the wrong side, we're going to draw a line right down the center, and then we're going to double-sided tape both those long edges. And then, like we did with strap A, we're just going to bring those two long edges right down to the middle. Now, if you are using the foam for that added comfort, make sure you add that foam in now before you fold this down. It might have actually even been a smart idea to add the foam and then draw that center marking, just so it's super clear where that center point is. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to quickly clean. I think some of my silver pen marking has marked onto the table, and that's why it's marking onto the top side of this. I like to rub it off as quickly as possible, because sometimes the longer the silver is on there, the higher chance it might have to mark your vinyl, especially for the darker color ones. There we go. Okay, so now we have our strap A, strap B, both folded in half. Well, not in half, but yeah, towards the half. What we're going to do now is, this is the wrong side, so that's got the fold on it. I'm going to grab some double-sided tape again. You might notice that this is a thicker double-sided tape. This is a 1/8 inch, I think. No, this is a 1/4, and the one I was using before was a 1/8 inch one. You can keep using the 1/8. The reason I have changed is because 1/4 inch double-sided tape is easier and cheaper to find here in Australia. So whenever I know that it's not going to be in my seam allowance, I go for the thicker one. It's a price saving thing. Okay. And then once we've got that double-sided tape down, and this double-sided tape can go on either the center of strap A or strap B, whichever you prefer. There really is no difference, as long as it's on the wrong side. There we go. And then we're going to match strap A and strap B, wrong sides together, matching that center seam. I like to, just as I go, double check that those side edges are still the same as I go. There we go. And then what I'm going to have to do is we are going to top stitch it along the green. Okay, so right on the edge along the green. Now I'm going to quickly do number 2 now. One little quick hint I'll give you on how I like to do my straps. While I'm getting the second one prepared and before I go and sew, I like to just put it under, I've got a table press, but you can just put it under anything heavy, just to kind of like squish it down, especially if it's vinyl, because vinyl is quite squishy, just to help it stay in place and settle into its shape before I top stitch. So I'm going to put that one aside to do that. And then I'm going to quickly get this one done before we head over to the sewing machine and top stitch it together. Okie dokie, there we go. So we're ready to go and top stitch these two now. Jassie's also given us a little tip on top stitching. You know how sometimes your straps might twist and twirl? So one of the biggest tips is always sew in the same direction. So for example, this is my sewing machine. Normally you've got your sew guides here, so you sew this way, and then you would flip the strap around and sew the other side. That's how we sometimes get twists, because the stitch tension has changed how it moves. So what we're going to do is we're going to do it this way. We're going to sew this side first, then we're going to bring it back down and starting and doing it on this side, sew the other side. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and we'll get these two straps done up. Okie dokie. So we're back at the sewing machine, or we're over at the sewing machine, and we're going to top stitch this. So we are top stitching. It's just, I like to be just on the edge of the top, and we are top stitching, so it's just along there. So Jesse's instruction does say 1/8, but I pretty much just have it right on that edge there, if you guys can see how my foot is sewing it. So that just gives us a nice, beautiful line. Okay, and then actually I'll finish doing this side before I move on to the other strap. So, and this is what we're talking about over on this side. So right now we did it this way. So normally it'll make it easier to go this way because, you know, you can watch where you're going. But we're actually going to stick to going this direction. So what that does is it prevents stretching. So you know how sometimes you might find that you end up with your, what am I talking about? You end up with straps that are a little bit, is wonky the right word? But like, yeah, twisting. Sometimes this could be why. So this way, where they're also the same direction, it should help prevent that, okay? So again, we're trying to make sure that we're sewing it on the green side and as similar as seam allowance as what we did over on that side. There we go. So that's the first strap done. This is what we should be looking at. It's so beautiful. And then I'm just going to quickly do the second one as well. And then I'll meet you back over on the overhead. I'm quickly fixing my bobbin. I felt it come off just as I was pulling it out. Okay, so I'll quickly do the other side and then we will keep going. There we go. So those are the straps all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and we will keep moving on. Okay, moving on, we're working on the back panel exterior. So we're going to be doing the magnetic snap first. So first of all, we're going to grab our back panel exterior piece, as well as our slip pocket lining piece, okay? So if, like me, drop it again, you are using a projector, you would have projected it on and drawn it on already. I draw it on the wrong side of my lining and I draw it on the top side of my exterior. Is there a reason? No, I'm just chaotic like that sometimes. But the main point is it's there. If you use the pattern pieces, you could have copied it across from the pattern piece, but the measurements are also in the pattern piece, in the instructions, okay? So Jassy really has catered for everyone here. Now, what we're gonna do first is we're going to grab our magnetic snaps, especially our little washer that normally comes with them. We are going to match the dot with the center of the washer, and then we're going to draw those two prong marks, and we're doing that on both of these pieces. There we go. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to rip those prongs. So not rip the prongs, but rip those marks. So the easiest way I found is with a seam ripper. Truth be told, when I was making my tester make, I could not find my seam ripper and I used a little pair of scissors. That is okay as well. Just be very, very careful. The most important thing is you don't want to over rip. So we're really literally just ripping just that little line. And we're doing it on both the lining and the exterior. Okie doke. Now, next what we're going to do is we're going to identify our female and male snap. Our female snap is going on the exterior. Our male snap is going on the lining. The male snap is the one that has the little pokey yardie bit, and the female snap is the magnetic one. Okay, Ugh, I can't get them apart now. There we go. Okay, so we're just going to place it through the prongs, turn it to the back. We are going to grab our washer. Actually, before I do the washer, I always forget my scrap stabilizer. We're going to grab a piece of scrap stabilizer. We're going to add that on too. Then the washer, and then close up the prongs. There we go. Next, the last thing that we like to do is just grab a bit of painter's tape and just stick it over it all. What the painter's tape does is it just kind of protects your lining fabric from being scratched by the prongs and maybe getting damaged later on. So that is your external and the female installed. So we're going to do the same for the male. Of course, like I said, that was the wrong side of the fabric. So we're going back to the right side, putting that in. Now, if your fabric that you are using is an easy fray fabric, use a bit of fray stop on those marks after you cut it. I am using Sophisticated Twill, which is not, it doesn't really fray. So I don't need to do anything about it. It's one of the reasons why I use it. I hate saying this, but I'm quite a lazy sewist. So anything that doesn't require interfacing, anything that doesn't require worrying about fraying, yep, that's my deal. So that's how I choose most of my fabric braces, truth be told. Okay. And we're doing it exactly the way we did the female. Okay, so now that that's all done, we're just going to put these two pieces aside for now, and we're going to keep moving on. Okay, now we are moving on to the slip pocket. So we're grabbing our zipper pocket lining B1 pieces. So we're going to mark 3/8 on either side of the zipper cut box. Now, this is something I like to do. I don't know it's just how I like to do it. So I like to do one marking on the wrong side like that, drawn from the top down to the box. So I literally just measure straight from here out. And on the other one, I like to measure a little dot on either side, well within the seam allowance, but on the right side. So this is the wrong side, this is the right side. I'm working with the right side right now. We're going to grab our ZB1 zipper. If you haven't already, make sure you burn it to seal the phrase. Okie doke. And once we've done that, now Jassy has it with the zipper on already at this stage. If you have sewn with me before, you know I'm chaotic, you know I'm not doing it right now. I will tell you at the last possible minute when to put it on. If you are having your zipper on now, have a think about what direction you want your zipper opening and closing. So I've worked off, based off these instructions, Jassy and I wear our bags on opposite shoulders. So Jassy's instructions are based on if you are wearing the bag on your right shoulder, then you want your zipper to be closing this way, okay? So like that. Now, if you wear it on your left shoulder like me, your bag will be going this way. Oop. We will be closing this way, okay? If you get it wrong, is it the end of the world? No. This is just to help make it easier or more comfortable for the end user. The ideal thing is that all zippers go the same direction, but if it doesn't, genuinely not the end of the world. So don't stress. Okay. Now, one thing I like to do is mark the center of the tape. So I just quickly drew a line there, and I'm just going to find the center of my box. Okay. And I'm going to match my center of my zipper to the center of the box opening there. And I'm just going to clip it in place. Now, probably should have said this earlier. This piece that I am working with is the inside of the zipper pocket, okay? So if you are using two different colored fabrics and it makes a difference, this is the inside piece of your pocket. This one is going to be the one on the outside. So we're going to match this right side up. This is right side up as well. Center to center. And then we are going to baste this zipper tape down. Now, we are going to baste from that 3/8 mark all the way down to the other 3/8 mark. If you would like to transfer that mark over to your zipper tape, just to make it super easy, you can do that. And we're just going to baste it on with a 1/8 seam allowance, okay? Once we have basted this on, we are going to add the other piece down, okay? We're going to match it right sides together, and then we are going to sew all of this together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Again, starting and stopping at those 3/8 marks that we made. Now, we will get that done over on that side, and then I'll bring us back over here, okay? So let's head over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie, so let's get the first zipper tape basted on. So remembering we're starting about 3/8 from the edge of the zipper box, which I marked down a spot on the zipper tape, and we're just basting it on. So that's just a 1/8 seam allowance. There you go. Once we've basted it on, like I said before, we're going to grab the other piece. We're going to match it right sides together, like that. And then we're going to sew it together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, starting and stopping at that 3/8 line marking that we made. Just right there. And that is with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. There we go. Cut off all of the threads. There you go. So this is what we are up to. So now what we're going to do is on either of these corners, we're going to cut from that corner down to the stitch line, but only on the outside fabric, okay? So not the zipper tape. We're not going to snip the zipper tape. We're just going to gently snip the fabric from here to the corner, and we're doing that on both corners. Actually, I made a mistake. That first basting stitch should have been a 1/4 inch as well. So the reason being is so that you can cut through here. I'm not even gonna lie, I make this mistake every single time. So I've cut that side. So now I have to cut this side, which is the basted side, which I have sewn too far on, well, not too far, but if you basted on with the 1/4 inch, it wouldn't be a problem. So I've just quickly undid those couple of stitches and cut into that corner. I will have giant voiceover to say, use a 1/4 inch, do not be like me. Okay, and then just so we're really clear, I am only snipping the fabric, okay, not the zipper tape. Make sure you do not snip the zipper tape. We're going from that corner to the stitches. There we go. Okay, the editing before might be a bit weird because you know how I said I didn't put the zipper tape on yet because I know when I need to put it on. I forgot, so I had to seam rip. Anyway, so what we're up to is we basted the zipper on with a 1/4 inch, and then matched the two pieces together, right side together, and then sewed the second piece on again at that 1/4 inch seam allowance. We've then gone and cut those corners. Don't cut the zipper tape, and we do it on both sides, both corners, okay? So now that we've done that, I'm gonna press these seams open a little bit on either side before I turn it right side out, okay? Once it's turned right side out, this is now officially your last chance to get your zipper pull on. So if you are doing it like Jessie does, she puts the zipper pull on so that it closes this way. So that's if you wear your handbag on your right shoulder. Like I said, I wear mine on the left, so I am going in this way, okay? There we go. Now that the zipper is on, we can actually get on to doing this bit. So on this side because it wasn't sewn all the way. We're just going to flick that up. Now, if your zipper tape is the standard 1/4 inch zipper tape, there should be no gap here. This should match up directly to your zipper tape. Mine is not 1/4 zipper tape. Mine is roughly about 1/3. So, and this is to do with, I know a few designers have had this pop up recently where zipper tapes, because zipper tapes used to be really universal. It used to be 1/4 inch and that's it. Now zipper tapes are coming up in all different sizes. So what that means is that the standard 1/4 inch mark isn't hitting it for everybody, okay? But that is absolutely fine. Jassie's had this happen before, or not had this happen before, but we've dealt with this before with the bee hip as well. And this is still fine if it just exceeds a little bit. So do not trim it, just leave it alone. See that, there it is right there. It's roughly about 1/8 is what I am overhanging by, okay? So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna head back to the sewing machine and we're going to sew along that line. So that should be a 3/8, and that's what we're gonna be sewing along, and that's going to close up our zipper. After we sew that together, we're gonna flip that back out, and then we're gonna top stitch around that whole bottom section. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that sorted. Okie dokie, we're back over and we are just going to sew along that 3/8 line right there, making sure when we sew, you don't want to catch this, you don't want to catch this bottom bit here, right? So you just want to sew along that 3/8 line that you had drawn before, making sure not to sew on the bottom parts of the fabric. Now, if your zipper tape wasn't ginormous like mine, yours would fit much nicer and smoother, and you would have obviously perfectly perpendicular to the zipper tape. Mine is not, so if yours is not like mine as well, you just want to make sure that this section is still completely straight and perpendicular to, is perpendicular the right word, to the zipper tape. Okay, that's done. And then the other side, quick double check, yep, we're good. There we go. Okay, now that that's done, I'm just going to move the sewing machine out of the way a little bit to give you guys a better view. Okay, so we've sewn those 2 3/8, undo the clip, and we're going to open it up. Just like that. Give it a nice little press. Loose thread there. That loose thread is probably from when I had to seam rip because I forgot the zipper pull. This is your last chance to double check your zipper pull is in there too, by the way. Now, if you weren't filming a tutorial like I was and you did forget the zipper pull, because I've done this a few times with these kind of pockets. It's not my first rodeo forgetting zipper pulls. If you did forget and right now you're looking at this and there's no zipper pull on it, so depending on which side you're inserting your zipper pull, I said over there, remember I'm wearing on my left shoulder, so mine is closing this way. If you're wearing on your right shoulder, it should close this way. Just unzip the side that it should be closed from. So not unstitch, yeah, unstitch. So seam rip this bit, slip that zipper in, and just finish that bit. So it's actually not a huge big deal if you do forget like I do, it's fine. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we are going to top stitch along that box. So let's bring you back in. There we go. Now that we're top stitched, we are going to grab our zipper pocket lining B2 and we're going to place it underneath here, okay? Let me quickly grab it. Okie dokie. So determine your right side from wrong side. This is my right side. It's going to be right side facing up to the wrong side of the zipper tape. Now, and this part here is kind of funny. So remember how I said my zipper tape's too long? So I'm not going to match it up to my zipper tape. I'm going to match it up to my lining, okay? So this is important because I'm pretending that excess zipper tape doesn't exist. We are, like I've said before, we never cut zipper tape, so we are not cutting that zipper tape. We're just going to pretend it's not there. Okie doke. So my zipper tape is roughly about 1/8 too wide, which is unfortunate, but it's kind of good that I use this one for the tutorial, because then you guys can see what happens if that is you guys. Okay, now that I've got it there, we are just going to baste just where this zipper is. So, yep, just where the zipper is. So normally it is 1/8 from the top of the zipper tape. Like I said, my zipper tape is about 1/8 too wide. And so I am basting my stitch length off the lining. I was poking down here and you guys can't see me because I was off the camera. There we go. Okay, so now that we've got, so we now have 3 layers. We've got 1, 2, 3. So now that we have, oh, I've sewn too far across over on the top here. I got to sewing machine basting happy. It's fine. Okay, we are going to maneuver the top out of the way. So you only have the zipper pocket sides, the inside of the zipper pockets together. And we're going to sew around the side and the bottom and the other side with a 1-inch seam allowance, okay? And we are moving that top piece out of the way as we sew, okay? So just the bottom 2 layers, and we are doing a 1-inch seam allowance. If you are going by seam guides like me and you suck at working out the numbers, it's an 8. It's 8 out of 8 inches. Well, 8 over 8, yeah, whatever it is. Okay, so this is a 1-inch seam allowance, making sure we maneuver that top out of the way as we go. It doesn't matter if it's not exact. This is to help reduce bulk on the final bit. So see how here I'm in between the 7 and 8? It's not a big deal. Again, as we turn the corner, make sure we get that top level out of the way. There we go. Now that that's sewn, you will have, I should move some more space. Okay, here you go. Your top is fine and open. Your second and third layer are sewn together with a zipper pocket. If you have a wide zipper pocket like a zipper tape like me, you will have a overhang. That's fine. If you open up your pocket now, it is a usable pocket. Okay, now next step is we are going to trim this down, trim that seam allowance down. So if you would like to, you can just use normal scissors. You can use pinking shears, whatever you prefer. We're just going to leave a little, I think Jassie's got a measurement there. 1/8 seam allowance to reduce bulk. So making sure, don't cut that top layer. It is just the bottom layer, the zipper actual pocket bit that we are trimming. There we go. Now we're trimmed off. We have, that's the front, that's the back, and let's head back over to the overhead and we will keep going from there. Okie dokie, so we're back over on the overhead. We've finished doing that pocket. So next what we're going to do is we are going to grab our back panel exterior, be back out. Whoa! That's the one that we did the, what's this called again? Magnetic snap on. If you want to, you can go and double check and find your centers. If you had measured and done the magnetic snaps yourself, you probably would already have your center super easily and obviously, but I did not. Okay, there we go. And then we are going to line the side closest to the magnetic snap to the zipper side, just like that. Right sides together. Again, if you were using a 1/4 inch zipper tape. You wouldn't have an overhang like me, so you would just be measuring it and lining it up. If you do have an overhang like me, we are lining it up to the lining, not to the zipper tape, okay? We're pretending the zipper tape overhang does not exist. And then we're going to clip it in place. Okie dokie. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the overhead, to the sewing machine. I like to just clip on the sides as well, especially because I've got that overhang, so I don't have that straight edge to line up against. So I just like making sure that these are straight and perpendicular. Okay, so we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew that together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. We're going to clip the seam allowance corners like we do, open it up and top stitch along the exterior. But follow me over to the sewing machine and we'll get that started. Okie dokie, so let's get this sewn down with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Again, if like me, you are using a zipper that is wider than standard zipper, you will have an overhang, but we are going by the lining and the exterior for the 1/4 inch. Sorry if my finger's getting in the way. I'm trying to make sure the fabric doesn't slip. Okie dokie. After that's all done, we're going to trim off those corners to help reduce bulk. Oops, sorry, knocking you guys. And then we're going to open that up and we are going to top stitch along that top exterior. Oh, sorry, I'm dropping stuff everywhere. And we are top stitching with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okie dokie, all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and we will keep moving on. Okay, now we're going to grab our slip pocket lining and the exterior BB piece. So the slip pocket lining is the one with the magnetic snap on it. We're going to match them together, right sides together. I like to quickly cut my centers out so that I know where my centers are at this point. And we're going to match them right sides together. If there is a top or bottom, we are matching them on the top, okay? Right sides together, just along the top there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew that edge together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then after that, we're going to open it up, seam press that seam open so that it's wrong sides together. And then we are going to top stitch it, okay? So follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that sewn together first of all with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let's go. Okie dokie, so we've got our back panel, so we are sewing along that top line and we're just using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okie doke. Once that is sewn together, we're just going to trim off those corners. This just helps reduce bulk overall by the end of the bag. Okay, once that's done, we're just going to open that up, give it a little seam press, and then top stitch. I like to just put a little clip over on the short edges when I do this too. I don't know why. I just feel like it helps hold everything better. Okay, so we are top stitching with a 1/8 seam allowance. There we go. And then we will head back over to the overhead to get that added on to the rest of the back panel. So there's that. Let's head back over. Okie dokie, so this is where we're up to. So we've lined it with top stitch it. I made a mistake over at the sewing machine. I only top stitched it. Jassy actually tells us to baste around the whole perimeter. So if you want to do that, please do that. What that does is it just finishes it off and makes the next step easier. I haven't done it, and truth be told, I'm not going to go redo it because I'm lazy. What we're going to do now is we're going to grab our exterior piece back, the back panel exterior, and we are going to match it both right sides up, and I'm going to match the magnetic snap. Okay, next I'm going to match the center. Oh, I haven't actually cut the center for this. Whoopsies. Would have helped if I'd cut the center. It doesn't make a difference, but it makes it easier. Okay, there we go. So next we're going to match all of these centers together. If these two were basted together like Jassy told us to be, then obviously they wouldn't be flapping around, but matching all of those centers, clipping it together. And then we're going to clip it all together so that we can head over to the sewing machine and baste it all down. So we're just going to baste all of that down the bottom and around the top. That's why I'm like, oh, if you didn't baste the bottom, it's not like, if you didn't baste that slip pocket piece, it's not the end of the world. It's just, yeah, if it's already basted, it just makes the next basting easier in terms of like stretch and things like that. That's all. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get these pieces all basted together. Once we've basted this, what you will see is you have a magnetic slip pocket and a zipper pocket hidden underneath there as well. So follow me over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie, let's get this all sewn down and basted together. So I like to, with my basting, I like to start to make sure that the slip pocket is caught straight away. Also, if like me, you don't have a flatbed machine, whenever I am basting multiple layers like this together, I like to just use my left hand to hold the fabric up as flat as possible. You can also make a pretend flatbed to just add some extra height here to hold the fabric for you so you don't have to physically do it. But it just helps to keep everything level and lined up. And this is a basting stitch, so it is just with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okie doke, all done. Let's head back over to the overhead and keep moving on. Okay, next we're going to be working on the recessed zipper. So first of all, we're grabbing our ZD1 zipper. We are going to quickly singe one end at least. Now, if you'd like to singe both ends now, you can. I like to do one edge because I want to try and singe that while I am clipping it all in place. So what we're going to do is we are going to be doing a 90-degree angle. So what we do is we kind of separate that a little bit, fold it down, and have it meet this side. Okay, let's do that again. Fold it back and then bring this fold up to meet the zipper tape. And we should have that zipper tape match up to that fold. Now what I'm going to do, and I will tell you guys this right now, my friend Jen from Jen's Homemadeology, she has a lot more success at this than I do. I do not have much success with burning it because most of the time it just burns my finger. So, but if you have the right burning tools and you are talented at this, you could actually just baste that together with fire. That never works for me, but I do it none the same. And then I'm just going to clip it in place like that until I can head over to the sewing machine and baste that down. We're going to do that with the second side too. The main thing with the second side is to make sure it matches pretty nicely with the first side. And again, melt it. Okie dokie. And then we are going to head over to the sewing machine and get that basted down. Now, I'm going to show you guys this now because I don't want to keep moving back and forth between the sewing machine and here. What we're going to do next is we are going to grab our recessed zipper exterior into the picture. So that's these two pieces here. Now, we are going to open it up to the wrong side. Ta-da. And on either short edge, either long edge, short edge, on this side, we're going to mark 3/4 and draw a line on both of the short edges. After we've done that, we are going to grab some double-sided tape. We're going to put some double-sided tape on the interior of that and stick it down. Oops, I'm out of camera. Whoops, there you go. So it's on both on both short edges. I've put the double-sided tape down. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we are going to fold those short edges in to meet that line. Okay, here's a little tip for you guys. It's not necessary, but at this point, I just like to double check that they are exactly the right length or the same length. The reason being is because if you are like me and you're not very good at cutting straight lines, they might not be exactly right. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we are going to find the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add the stabilizer. If you are using stabilizer, there is an option to add a stabilizer to this part. I don't use stabilizer on here because, as you can see, I am already using a faux leather. It is quite stable enough. I don't need the stabilizer, so I don't use it. Now, next what we are going to do is we are going to mark and find the center, which I thought I had done online, which I have done off camera, but they are now no longer lining up between these two. So I have to decide which one is the correct center, which I'm using as this one. You don't have to, but it's just how I like to do it. And then from the center, we're measuring 3/8 out, just like that. And then what we're going to do is we are going to add our zipper tape or mark our zipper tape to those points. This is the important part. The zipper tape has to be, not the zipper tape. So it is going to be on the right side of the fabric. So I don't know why I redid that on the wrong side again, but I did. Okay, so we don't actually need to mark that center again. That was not necessary. Okay. And then we just needed that 3/8 mark to have transferred across. The main part here is that your 3/8 are on the inside towards each other, okay? So you don't want one on this side, one on this side. They both should be on the same side. We're going to grab our zipper tape that we're going to pretend I've already basted down. And then we are going to separate it. Okay, forget everything I said about not basting my zipper tape. I've basted it. It's easier to just do it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some double-sided tape. I'm going to put a piece of double-sided tape all along the inside edges of this. Now, I'm going to give you guys a quick little tip as well for those of you who don't like to use double-sided tape all the time because, like me, it's really expensive to find or you just don't have any. You do not have to use double-sided tape for this part, okay? So I am doing this exactly as per Jassie's instructions, which is why I am using the double-sided tape. But I have been known to baste and instead of using double-sided tape. Okay, I will talk you guys through that later. Right now, let's do the instruction bit. So we're going to take the double-sided tape off. We're going to grab our zipper tape. So we've separated our zipper tape. Make sure you know which side is which. And we are going to match it. So see how this goes like this. Right sides together. And your zipper teeth is matched up. Just bring this in a little bit. Matched up to that 3/8 mark that you made. And then you're going to stick that zipper tape down. Okay, now if, like I said, you weren't using double-sided tape, because you don't like to use it or it's too expensive or whatever your reasoning. The other option you can do instead of using double-sided tape here, which I have done in the past, is I baste the zipper tape on, okay? So obviously that is not what we're doing, okay? Again, and we're doing that on the other side as well. We're matching that mark to the zipper teeth and then just coming all the way down. Okay, now what we're going to do is we are going to fold this right sides together so that the short edges match. And then we are going to just stick that down, because remember there was double-sided tape on this side as well. In case you can't tell, I really suck at using double-sided tape. There we go. Okay, and then the other side as well. There we go. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew along the zipper tape, so this edge and this edge, with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, once we've done that, we're going to clip off the seam allowance corners without touching the zipper tape. We're going to turn it right side out, and then we're going to top stitch the whole perimeter. But I'll talk you through it over at the sewing machine. So follow me over. Okie dokie. So we're going to sew along that side with the zipper tape, remembering I've got double-sided tape in here, right? If you wanted to, I don't know if cheat's the right word, but you didn't want to use double-sided tape like I had mentioned before, you can just baste that first bit on before you fold, but by using the double-sided tape it just makes it quicker. We're going to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I like to start from the butt joint bit, even though we've got the double-sided tape, so everything is stuck on and it should hold its place nicely exactly where it is. I don't know, it just feels to me like that's a safer spot to start, because you want these to line up perfectly by the time you finish it, okay? And 1/4 inch all the way along that zipper side. Now, here you can see my join out here where my zipper tape is. That means we're about to have a big drop here. So if you need to get your hump jumper ready, it helps prevent skip stitches. There we go. Now that that's done, we're just going to trim off these threads, but also the seam allowances on the corners. So I'm going to trim both of these sides, but do not touch the zipper. So right now I'm pushing that zipper down this way as I cut the top. Don't touch your stitches. And then I'm also doing it up here. And I'm also doing it in this corner. This corner you should be pretty safe. Know where your zipper is and just don't cut it. Okay. Now, once we've done that, we're going to turn it right side out. Take the time to poke out this corner. Crisp corners really make a difference with these. And then the way I like to do this bit is match that short edge, clip that together, and then come over here and make sure that is all flat and clip this open side together as well. The reason I clip it is because obviously right now I'm using faux leather, so it can be a little bit puffy until it is top stitched. So by clipping it, I'm just making sure everything's holding its place so that when I top stitch, it top stitches beautifully. We are going to top stitch along the top, well actually around the whole perimeter, but bearing in mind the top, this side and the bottom will all be seen, okay? So bear that in mind when you decide how to top stitch this. So truth be told, normally with this side, I actually top stitch from the underside because I always like to do this bit first. I like to do the closed bit first. So I top stitch along the close, along here, and then here, and then the base, because the basting stitch doesn't. Not that it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter, okay? But I know some people are really against top stitching from the bottom because obviously this is the wrong side. I have no problem with it because my machine sews beautifully and my tension is perfect. So it makes no difference whether I top stitch from the top end or from the bottom. But if I do it this way, I make sure this edge is perfect, okay? So that's why I'm doing it from the bottom. We are top stitching, changing the stitch length would help Sam. So it is a 1/8 seam allowance. You might need a hump jumper in some places because of the differences in height. So just be aware of that. You will see me gently pulling on the zipper tape. It's because this is very puffy. So I just want to make sure that I'm getting a nice level seam allowance. So I am just giving the fabric a little bit of a push. The clips are pulling that way. My fingers are gently pulling this way so that it knows how to lie flat so that my seam allowance is nice and even and flat. I just skipped a stitch. I should have put my hump jumper on that corner. I didn't, so I skipped a stitch. With my machine, it's really easy fix. I just reverse back into it and fix it up. And yep, it's perfect. And then the last base. There we go. So that one's the one side done. See how even on the top it still looks absolutely beautiful. Nothing wrong. Okay, I am going to quickly do the other side. And then we will head back over, thingamajig, to the overhead view. I think, yeah. Okie dokie, and top stitch. Okie dokie, all done. We can put these aside and let's head over to the overhead view and keep moving on. Okie dokie, we're now moving on to the slip pocket. So you might notice that my slip pocket might look different. So the slip pocket lining piece C2 is one piece of fabric. I have Frankensteined my own. The reason being is I like to use a print for the outside, but I don't want to waste my pretty print on the wrong side of the slip pocket. So all I've done is I've added an extra 1/2 inch. Well, I've gotten the measurement from the pattern instructions, divided it in two and added an extra 1/4 inch on either side, and then just sewed it together, wrong sides together. Normally when you guys do this kind of thing like I do, you would also top stitch on either side. This time we are not doing that, okay? We're only going to sew it together just like that. And then I like to iron it down, okay? So that's all I've done here. Now, another thing that's really fun about this pattern with the slip pocket is that Jassy in the pattern instructions, and this is also on the projector file as well, has shown us exactly what part of your pattern or what part of the fabric will be seen. So if you wanted to use a plain fabric but have embroidery on it, or like heat transfer vinyl or something like that, you can do that really easily on this pattern because Jassy has told you exactly which part is going to be showing, okay? So the slip pocket gives you a little bit of playing room for what you can do with it. Okay, now back to the instructions. We're going to grab our slip pocket lining piece. We're going to match these edges wrong side together, or right side together, sorry. And then we are going to clip it together. I like to match this top edge. There we go. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew the two sides together. So this side and this side together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, once we've sewn that 1/4 inch seam allowance together, we're going to turn it right sides up. or right side out. So we're going to burr that the right way around. And then we are going to grab our binding tape and bind it. But I think I will do this. I might come back over here to do the binding. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's get these two short edges sewn, and then we'll come back over here. Okie dokie, so let's get that sewn on with the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Oops. Pay attention, Sam. 1/4 inch seam allowance on the short edges. So I like to always go from the folded side, or in my case, the joined side. Sorry, I did something a bit naughty. Because that way, if there is any, I guess, stretch at all in the fabric or anything, your top will still line up straight. Or at least that's my theory behind it. So the other short side. Okie doke. So that's all sewn together. I'm just going to quickly clip those seam allowances, making sure not to cut any threads. Okay, and then we are going to turn it right side out. If anyone's questioning why I'm using cotton buds to help press out corners, truth be told, I use whatever is near me. Ideally not sharp. Sharp breaks through stitches. I've learnt that a few times. Okay. Go. And once that's done, I'm just seam pressing these corners a little bit to just help it get a nice clean finish. And then we are going to top stitch along that edge. So it's not a top stitch, sorry, it's just a basting stitch. Now, we are going to bind this edge. So this is just to help make it easier. Some of you know I am a lover of folded elastic when it comes to binding. You can use folded elastic if you want. I am not going to use folded elastic in this tutorial. I'm going to do it exactly per how Jessie does it. So I'll head us back over to the overhead. Before we go to the overheads, one thing I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to quickly give this a little iron, a little press, because as you can see, the edges are a little bit puffy, which is fine. I'm just a bit of a perfectionist and I want my slip pocket to be completely flat. So I just give it a little press to make it a bit easier. So I'm going to do that and then I'm going to meet you guys over at the overhead. Okie dokie, so we've got our slip pocket. I've just given it a quick little iron. I now have our, what's this called again? Binding tape. So I am using a faux leather. I just thought it would look really beautiful next to the zipper overlay. So we're going to flip to the wrong side. From either short side, we're going to mark 3/8 in. I also like to mark the center right along that long edge too. You don't have to do that center, it's just something I like to do. And then we're going to add some double-sided tape on either long edge. Now, something to be wary of. If your sewing machine doesn't like double-sided tape, chances are after this you are going to need a new needle. So bear that in mind while you're doing this step. The other option is to not use double-sided tape and clip it in place as you sew. Truth be told, that's how I've normally done it. This is the first time I am using double-sided tape. So wish me luck. My machine is one that doesn't like double-sided tape, but this is one of the more expensive double-sided tape that doesn't gummy up your needle. So let's see how we go. Okay, so once the double-sided tape is on, we're going to fold down along those short edges and on the other side. Go. And then going to bring our slip pocket, line our slip pocket down to that center marking if you have it. If you don't have the marking, it's just to the center as well as you can. Make sure if you have any loose threads, trim it off. Go. Let's get rid of all of you guys, huh? This part is me being pedantic, okay? Like me lining it up to the center perfectly is me being pedantic, okay? And then we're going to fold it down so that you have a beautifully finished edge. Now what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to top stitch that down first with a 1/8 seam allowance and then with a 1/4. Now what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just checking these sides to make sure I'm happy with how that is. I'm not happy with this side. See how this is slightly longer than my pocket? That probably means I didn't measure this part perfectly. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to open it up, bring it in a tiny bit more, and then match it up again. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to top stitch first with a 1/8 seam allowance, then with a 1/4 seam allowance. So follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that done. Okie dokie, so let's get that top binded down. So we are going to do first row of stitching with a 1/8 seam allowance and then a second row with a 1/4 inch. So I am actually going to do the 1/4 inch first so that I get that bottom down more first. Okay. So just bearing in mind, depending on your fabric choices, that first step might need your hump jumper. I'm skipping a stitch here because I probably need a hump jumper here as well as I jump off that level. With top stitching, I don't like reverse stitching, so I am actually going to pull the threads through from the underside. Okay, so that's the first top stitch done, and then we're going back in to do a 1/8 one as well. Okie doke. All done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to turn it to the wrong side and we're going to pull our threads through and tie them off. Actually, I'll do that off screen. It's too much effort to do it off. So let's head over to the overhead, get that all tied off, and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie, we're going to be working on the zipper pocket. So we're going to grab our zipper overlay exterior piece, this one here, and we're also going to be grabbing our back panel lining piece. So if you want to have a label tag, you can grab that now as well. So what we're going to do is we are going to go to the flip side of the, what is this called again? Zipper overlay. Now, if you have watched some of my videos, you may already know I am not a fan of zipper overlays. Not because there's anything wrong with them, but because I am is slight perfectionist the right word? I don't know. I'm very hypercritical of my own work. So like you guys just saw me attempting to fix that because I thought that looked a little bit wonky. I've probably made it worse. So tips for zipper overlay. If like me, you are hyper focused and hypercritical of your own work and you don't want to have to sit there and be like, I don't like this. If you have a Cricut or a cutter of some sort, use that to cut the zipper overlay piece, because no matter how carefully you measure, it is probably going to be off. Not gonna lie. I've done so many zipper overlays, not unhappy with them, but I'm also not happy with them. And I know it is my hypercritical brain, but just a warning. Now, one thing I've learned, if you can, so zipper overlays, you always have to use a non-fray fabric, first of all. Second of all, if you have any where the back and the front color is the same, you will, if you are hypercritical like me, you will hate it less. If you are hypercritical like me and it is a different color, you can edge paint it, okay? Let's be fair, most of us don't have the time and effort to edge paint. If it is fuzzy on the backing, you are more likely to not like it if you were me. So if you are using a fuzzy backing, a trick that I've learned is to just use a lighter and quickly go over the edges. What that does is it burns off the edge fuzzing ever so slightly so that you won't have any of that fuzzy come through and you won't notice it. Again, this is a me thing. I know a lot of this is a me thing. I am super hyper focused when it comes to picking out anything that is wrong with my mix. So most of you probably think, what is wrong with her? This is what is wrong with me. Of course, don't forget the actual zipper box as well. There we go. So I've done all of that, so that will make it sit smoother. Now, next what we're going to do is we're going to put some double-sided tape on the wrong side of this zipper overlay. Okie doke. Now, once that double-sided tape is on, we are going to match it up and stick it down. Now, if you are using a, what are these called? Label tag, you can stick it on now. Jassy has, obviously you can put it wherever you want, but Jassy has suggested on the lower side on the right, kind of like that. So if you are doing it, when you're doing it upside down, it's on this side. So if you wanted to take off the double-sided tape and take that down first, you can. Now, bearing in mind that, of course, once it is taped down, you might need more double-sided tape. I don't worry about it, to be fair. Okay, now, next what we're going to do is we're going to match it right side up like that, center to center, and down by an inch, okay? Now, I like to do it with a ruler. It helps me keep a nice straight line. Like I've said before, I am a perfectionist. It really annoys me if it's not perfect. So I do bring my quilting ruler in and match it up to the center, and then so my quilting ruler has a 0.1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, whatever it is. And so I match these two to the zeros, the center and that, and down an inch so that it can be perfectly flat and perfect. I can't bring a ruler onto camera because I have to protect Jassy's pattern pieces and her measurements. So I'm going to quickly pause you guys while I do that, just to line it up. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. Okie dokie. So I've lined it up, I've stuck it down. Now that I'm happy with it, I can get rid of those center markings on that zipper overlay too. And the first thing we're going to go do now is we are going to top stitch around the whole perimeter of that zipper overlay with a 1/8 seam allowance. So let's go get that done. And then after that's done, we'll come back over here. So meet me over at the sewing machine. Okie dokie, let's get this sewn on. So we're going to be doing the zipper overlay, and we're going to just get that top stitched all the way around the exterior with a 1/8 seam allowance. Up to you where you start. I tend to just start here. Is there any rhyme or reason? No, not really. Some people prefer to stop at the start at the bottom, because if there is any overlap, you're probably less likely to see it on the bottom than on the top. But truth be told, you'll see it wherever it is anyway, because it's a zipper pocket. Okay, so we are top stitching 1/8 seam allowance. Now, when we say 1/8, truth be told, I go slightly smaller than a 1/8. I go quite close to the edge. The reason being is, I've already said, like, I'm not a big fan of zipper overlays because I'm so hypercritical of myself. And I found if I do it right and close to the edge, then do you see how that is closer to the fabric instead of potentially having a bigger gap? I know that is a me problem, okay? I get it, I know. But it's, if you also find yourselves always hypercritical, like that you can see the edge never looks clean, try going closer to the edge when you're top stitching. I found that has made a huge difference in it. Also, don't be afraid to hand crank, as you can see I am doing right now. Sorry if you guys see my head. I'm gonna let you guys know too, my hair is not pretty today. I like to get really close on that last stitch to make sure that where I link it up matches as best as possible. Let me show you guys. See that? So that was my starting, that was my end. I do overlap. Oh, sorry. That was my starting, that is my end. I do overlap, but it's super clean. And then I'm going to pull the thread tails through to the back side and tie them up. There we go. Off my stitches through, and now I just need to tie it all up in a nice knot so that they don't come undone. Okie dokie. So this is what we've got for our, why are you not, there we go. That's what we've got now for our zipper overlay. I'm going to head back over to the overhead so we can cut that bottom through and keep going. Okay, so follow me over. Okie dokie, so that's my top stitched zipper overlay. So next we're going to have to cut out that hole. So the safe bit to cut out is pretty much anything that's inside here. We've also got double-sided tape in there, so that will make it a little bit harder. For me, I find just going straight through the center, seam rip it so that my scissors can get in is the easiest way to go so that I can get in there. Make sure if you're sticking your scissors in like this, I'm using my bottom hand to touch where that overlay is. You don't want to accidentally cut the overlay. And we're just cutting all of this excess out so that you don't have a lining inside your zipper pocket. Just had a smart idea of where the duckbill scissors would help cut this easier. I do have duckbill scissors, I just don't know where I've put them. So I was going to try and quickly find them and show you guys, but don't know where they are. I remembered where they are. These are duckbill scissors. So they're for like, what's it called? Like, it's for embroidering and that kind of stuff. So oh yeah, that's a little bit easier, I think. So if you have a pair of duckbill scissors, they could be worthwhile to pull out just to do this bit here. Making sure, don't cut, please do not cut the zipper overlay. Do not undo all the hard work that you did. Now, before anyone runs out and goes and buy duckbill scissors, this is the first time I've ever used duckbill scissors to do the zipper overlay, okay? So it is definitely not a necessity. It is, I normally just use either thread scissors or my normal scissors, whatever I can get my hands on, okay? So do not go out and buy duckbill scissors just for this. If you think it's a cool idea, sure, why not? Okay, so as you can see, this bit here I cut into the double-sided tape, but it's fine. So once that's cut, the back doesn't need to be pretty because the front is fine. We're now going to put this aside for now, and we're going to get the zipper tape started and the zipper pocket done, and then we'll bring this back in. Okay, so let's do that. Okie dokie. We are now going to grab our ZC1 zipper and our pocket lining C1, zipper pocket lining C1 piece, and we are going to baste them together. Now, if you haven't already, give it a quick little singe. Now, if you want to put your zipper pull on now, you can. You guys know I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to do it in my last possible second that I can. So first of all, what I have to work out is the right side and wrong side of this fabric. This is the right side. So we're having this right side up. We're going to match the zipper to one short edge, right side to the wrong side of the zipper. And we are just going to match it together. These should be the same width. You'll notice mine isn't, mainly because I suck at cutting zipper tape and measuring it properly. So I always cut it slightly longer because I'd rather it be too long than not have enough. But also not too crazy long because, you know, Don't want that either. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We are going to baste that on. After we do that, we're going to bring the other side up, just like that. Again, right side to the wrong side of the zipper tape. And we're also going to baste this side as well. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. We'll first baste this side with a 1/8, and then we will match the other side and do that as well. So follow me over. Okie dokie, we are basting. So let's quickly baste that zipper on the first side. So it's just a basting stitch, so just a 1/8 seam allowance. There's no stress, it's just a base. There we go. And then I'm just going to give that a tiny press. Doesn't have to, I just like to. And then we are, can we see that? Okay, so this is what I've got. And then we are bringing the other side up and matching it with that other side of the zipper. Now, one thing I like to do is just make sure that on these edges, on that fold edge, it matches, so you're not at an angle. If it is, it's not end of the world deal. It just means you have to kind of maneuver your zipper a little bit as you put it on to get them to match back up, okay? Or if you were smart, mark the center of the zipper tape and the center of that, and then you could have just matched the centers, okay? And then we are also basting this other side down as well. It moved. Okay, give me 2 seconds. So what I was talking about before, want to match those sides, it didn't happen because mine fabric shuffled slightly. This is what happens when you don't use enough clips. We talk about this, don't we? That I never use enough clips. Good thing with basting stitches, they come out super easily. Okay, so match it, go, and baste it. Okie dokie, that's all done. Let's head back over to the overhead before we move it over to the zipper overlay. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie, so I've just finished doing our zipper pocket, or at least basting those 2 zippers on, I guess. Yep, so we've just finished doing that zipper pocket. So what we're going to do next is, if you haven't already, get your zipper tape on. Your zipper pull on. Well, I'm not going to put it on yet because, like I said, I like to play. Not I like to play, that's weird. I'm going to get my double-sided tape on first. So the reason I do my double-sided tape on first is because, for me personally, I find once the zipper pull is on, it kind of, I don't know if messes with, but it like disorients it a little bit, whereas right now these are perfectly straight lines. So I just like to get this on first. Okay, so zipper tape on both long edges of that zipper tape, and then we're going to put the zipper pull on if you haven't already. Now, if you have already and you've put it on this way, but you've realized you actually want it this way, you don't have to take it off. You just need to turn this upside down. Okay, zipper. Now, Jassy has it closing this way, which means closing this way, which means this is the side closing this way is how you would have it if you wanted to wear it on your right shoulder. Again, I am a left shoulder girl, so we are flopping it this way and closing that way. So I'm starting it from this side, or putting it on from this side. There we go. Now, once the zipper pull is on, we are going to add our overlay to the pocket. Okay, so first let me get that double-sided tape off. We want to center it as much as we can, so I am actually using my fingers to feel where these are, and that's how helping me determine where the center is. And then I am centering the zipper tape to the box opening, or I was, and sticking it down to that double-sided tape. I find getting that top down flipping that zipper tape like the pocket the other way so that the zipper tape is flat. Makes it easier for me to get, sorry, I feel like I might be wet. So I find flipping the zipper pocket out of the way to get that bottom down helps me get like a flatter, prettier stick down. Okay, so now that that is stuck down, we are actually going to leave that pocket on the top. Okay, this pocket is staying on the top because we're just going to sew, we're going to top stitch along that bottom first. If you want to, you can get some clips to clip that pocket up here so that it definitely won't come back under you. If you wanted to double check, you can have a look on the back there. See how the pocket is completely up. So we are going to top stitch just along that bottom there with a 1/8. After we've done the bottom, we're going to bring that pocket back down. So unclip that so the pocket comes back down. And then we're going to top stitch the side along the top and back down the other side. Once we've done that, we are going to close off the zipper pockets. And then this bit is pretty much done. So follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get it happening. Okay, let's get this zipper overlay sorted. So like I said, we're just top stitching on that bottom first, making sure your pocket is pulled out over to the top so it doesn't get in the way. I like to go back 1/8 roughly when I start here so that I can hopefully link it up. Okay, and we are top stitching that zipper on, so it's just a 1/8 along that zipper overlay, taking your time. I know my zipper isn't in the way, but I always like to move it away just because it makes all of this whole section smoother and straighter as you sew it. Excuse my head if you see it. There we go. And then just go pull it out, leave nice long tails. So as you can see, I've only top stitched that bottom section. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly turn this over to the underside and I'm going to pull these threads through so that I can tie it off on the start and the finishing of that bottom top stitch. There we go. Now that that's done, we can undo the clips that are holding that pocket along the top. If you did use clips, let me move this back a little bit more. So I'm just undoing these clips so that pocket flops back down. And then we're going to top stitch around that side, top and back down. So that will close off that zipper. Okay, because right now we've only sewn that bottom bit. Okay, so let's get that top stitched. Again, excuse me in advance if you see my head. I like to match up my needle into that hole as best I can so that I can have a seamless finish. Sorry, my head's coming in. And head again. There we go. So that's now that pocket all on. So I'm just going to quickly pull those thread tails out, tie them down, and then we're going to finish off this zipper pocket. Make some space. Okie dokie. Now that that's all tied down, all we need to do is close up the zipper pocket because obviously these two sides are open. So what we're going to do is we're going to maneuver this out of the way and we're just going to sew along that edge as well as this edge with a 1/2 inch seam allowance just to close off those pockets. Now, if like me, you have a seam guide on your sewing machine, but you can't be bothered doing the maths. 1/2 inch is 4. I don't know. I feel like those of you guys who probably grew up using Imperial are probably listening to me going, why does she need to explain? But as someone who grew up on metric, sometimes inches get confusing. Okay, so 1/2 inch seam allowance, making sure the top is completely out of the way. And then the other side. Okie dokie, artichoke. That is all done. So that's our zipper pocket. And it's now an actual functioning pocket with no gaps. Okay, let's head back over to the overhead and keep moving on. Okie dokie, so now we're going to get that slip pocket lined up to the back panel lining. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to find the center point, which I've done on here, as well as the center point of this one. Okay, going to carefully lay it out. Now, the easiest way I've found to do this, there's a measurement in Jassie's Patterns, is I put my quilting ruler down, and then so I can hold this up against the quilting ruler and line it up exactly level and where it's supposed to be. And then we're going to use some painter's tape to stick it, to hold it down until we can sew it down, okay? Obviously, I can't bring a ruler on camera, so I'm going to quickly mark it, measure it, and then bring you guys straight back. Okie dokie, so I've just double checked the measurement, so it's exactly there. And then we're just going to stick it down with a bit of painter's tape. So this is just to help hold it together until we get over to the sewing machine. If you like using pins, there's no reason why you can't pin it in place. One thing to be wary of is, of course, we checked on that measurement, but I like to just quickly give that a little eyeball measurement. Make sure that's not wonky at all as well. Okay, stick it down. So how much tape you use is up to you, and where you stick it is up to you. This is roughly how I like to do it. It's just to hold it in place until we get to the sewing machine. And what we're going to do is we're going to sew down along those edges there and the bottom back up. We're not going to sew onto the, what's this called? The binding tape. And we're just doing around that edge there, okay? Now, after we have done that, we are going to, you can decide if you wanted to do a roller stitching right up the center and back down to divide that into 2 pockets or not. That is up to you. You can do it right down the center. You can do it slightly off center, depending on what you think you're going to use it for. I'll probably do it roughly about here, I think, because I think that would make a really nice phone pocket plus a spare pocket on this side. On my first one, I went right down the middle. So it depends on whatever you want to use it for, okay? After that, we are going to come back and do some rivets. Now, before you sew this down, do remember you have a zipper pocket on the back. So a smart thing to do is to quickly grab that zipper pocket and clip it over the top here right now while we remember, so that we don't accidentally sew that zipper pocket down while we sew that down. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine to get that sewn down, and then we'll come back over to sort our rivets out. Let's go. Okay, let's get this slip pocket sewn down. So just be very careful when you maneuver it in, especially like me if you don't have a flatbed. So I've just got my left hand actually holding this all nice and flat and up high. So we are starting just under the binding tape, and we are just sewing it on with a 1/8 seam allowance. Now, if you are using painter's tape like me, just make sure you remove it when needed. Okey-doke. Now that that's sewn on, it's up to you to decide if you're going to do a dividing stitch to separate the pocket. Like I said, I'm going to roughly about here, so I'm not quite in the center of the pocket. It is completely up to you where you want to do it. I'm going here because I feel like that's about a phone space, right? Let me just quickly check with my phone. That would be helpful, right? Oh, yep, that's about a phone space. Perfect. Maybe even just one more across. There we go. Okay, and then we're just going straight up all the way to the center, but not over the binding line, okay? Just like we did before, we're not touching the binding on this. Got some double-sided tape sticking to my sewing machine. Okay, now you can end it here at the top and just leave it as done. I like to just quickly come back around and go back down just by 1/8. It's just a personal thing. It's just how I've always done these dividers. It makes me feel more secure with them. So that's what I'm doing, all the way back down. There we go. Okie doke. So that's all done. Now we're going to head back over to the overhead. We're going to get our rivets in. Before I meet you over there, I'll also pull my threads through and get those all tied up. So follow me back over to the overhead. Okie dokie. So this is where we're at. Oh, I haven't pulled through my threads on this side. I said I was going to do it and I haven't done it. So I'll quickly get all of these threads pulled through and tied off. Sorry if you see my hair. Okie doke. Those are all tied off. Let me get some of these thread ends cleaned out. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be installing rivets. So what rivets you do is up to you. Jassy has to add rivets on either side of the zipper tape. Personally, I don't like doing it. It's just a me thing. If you want to do it, you can add rivets there. Jassy has told us roughly where to do it. So it's about 3/8 from the edge. And also on the slip pocket. I highly recommend, aka you should, do at least the slip pocket one because it just adds a lot more stability. So we're doing roughly 3/8 from the edge. And we're making sure, or trying to make sure, that we're not going to cut into our threads, okay? So roughly about there, that looks about the same. I'm going to grab my hole puncher. Make sure, see how I've still got my zipper pocket tucked up on the top? Make sure if you don't have it tucked up that it's out of the way at the very minimum. You do not want to accidentally cut through your zipper pocket. I have done that before, not on this make, but I have. Okay. There we go. Once that's cut, we're just going to, depending on whether you need stabilizer or not, you can add stabilizer to the underside of this, depending on your fabric choices, and whether you need, whatchamacallit, what am I talking about? English, Sam. Whether you need, sorry, whether you need stabilizer or if you even need to add a little bit of fray stop, okay? My fabric is non-fray, so I don't have to worry about fray stops, okay? So just add those rivets in and get them stamped off. Now, if you do not have a rivet, you don't have the ability to do rivets and you really don't want to rivet this bit with the slip pocket, add an extra line of stitching is your best bet, okay? Highly recommend you doing the rivet, but if you really can't, at least add a second row of stitching so you've got a little bit more security there, because with slip pockets, people are quite quick to just yank things in and out, so it's quite easy for these threads to break, okay? So just bear that in mind. Okay, I am not doing rivets there. If you are, that's great. If you are doing rivets there, just make sure your slip pocket is back down before you rivet on these two sides. Oh, should I just do it? No, I really don't want the rivets. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, done. So let's keep moving on. Okie dokie. So let's get the top exterior accent sorted. So right now I've got my straps and I've got my top accent exterior piece D. So first of all, we're going to mark the center point, which I've done. From the center point, we're going to mark a marking, that's in the instructions, on either side. So I've already done it off camera. We're then going to position the straps just outside of that marking, those two markings, and we're going to leave a 3/4 inch overhang, okay? The most important part about this bit is if you are doing a two-tone strap like I am, you want it so that the front of your strap, so the top of your strap, the one that you see on the outside, is downwards, okay? So strap A is downwards, strap B is up. And we are going to clip that in place with a 3/4 inch overhang. Okay, so here we are. So another thing that I like to do is, sorry, I paused to double check the measurements, is on the top, I like to just clip that down too. It's not a necessary thing. It's just, I find, I want to make sure my straps are straight the whole way. And I find that if I clip it top and bottom, then there's less chance of it kind of like skewing, I guess, towards one direction or the other. Okay, we're going to do that with both straps, okay? So both straps and both top accents. So that's, oh, I just bumped you guys, sorry. And then the second one.
Okie dokie, and then we're going to head over to the sewing machine and get this basted down with a 1/8 seam allowance.
Okie dokie. So let's quickly get these straps basted on. So it's just a simple basting stitch, so nothing to worry about. Remember how I said I clip the straps on the top as well, just to help make sure that it's always straight. If you haven't done that, just make sure as you are doing this basting stitch that you are making sure that the alignment is straight. Oop, ran out of bobbin. There we go. And then the other strap. That one was bad. I felt the shift even before I could see it. So what happened there was my strap shifted slightly and it wasn't straight. There we go. There we go. Okie dokie. So that is the strap basted on, and then don't forget to do the second side as well. So I'll quickly bring that in and get that basted, and then we'll head back over to the overhead to keep moving on. Okie dokie, all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and we'll keep moving on. Okie dokie, so let's keep moving on. So I've got the back panel lining. I've already marked the center points. Next thing I'm going to bring in the top, the zipper exterior facing, okay? Now, this is important. You have to double check which zipper facing you want, okay? So again, this is depending on how you wear your bag, on which shoulder you are planning on wearing your bag. So if, like Jassy, you like to wear your bag on the right shoulder, then you are going to want the piece where when it is right sides up, your tail is on the left. So this is if you are wearing your bag on your right shoulder, when it is
Right sides up,
the tail should be on the left. If, like me, you wear your handbag on the left shoulder, then you want it so that when it is right side up, your tail is facing the right, okay? So what we're going to do is, we've already marked our centers. We're going to match these zipper tape
right side up,
to the lining right side up, and we are going to clip that all in place. Now, if, unlike me, you were not filming a tutorial, the smart thing to do would be to go over and baste that down. What this does is it stops it or reduces the risk of everything shifting and getting out of whack. I am filming a tutorial, so I am not going to do that. I'm going to straight up grab the next piece, which is our top accent exterior. And I am going to match that together as well, right sides down. Just like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew along that line with a 3/8 seam allowance. Then we're going to open it up and we're going to top stitch on the lining side with the zipper panel and the top exterior out of it. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that sewn up. Okie dokie, let's get this sewn together. So if you wanted to, you can baste the zipper panel down first. It is a good move. You should do that. Don't be like me. But if you are going to be like me, then we are going to sew it together with a 3/8 seam allowance. Okay, so make sure you have your hump jumper at the ready. You are going to need it. There are a fair few what's it called, like bulkness changes in this little section here. Okay, here we go. Once we've sewn it, or double check that you haven't skipped stitches. Because of all of those level changes, it is quite easy to skip stitches, and you do not want to do that on a bit that does have your what's it called, your strap. So I've got one little skip stitch, so I'm just going to go back in. Now you might see me, and this might look a bit overkill, but I am trying to go back in through the holes that I've made before, because I don't want to accidentally over perforate my vinyl handles. Okay, there we go. So that was my one skip stitch, so that's all fixed and we're good. Okay, so next what we're going to do is we are going to open it and top stitch. We are top stitching along the lining side. So open it all flat and make sure that your zipper bit is over on the side. I don't know what it's called, I keep forgetting. And we're top stitching, so it's a 1/8 seam allowance on the lining side. Being careful again, there is a lot of bulkness changes. So just be wary where your bulks are and watch out for if you need your hump jumper. I forgot to trim the sides. Doesn't matter. I'll trim this side. I forgot to do that side, but probably a smart idea to have trimmed off those seam allowances. My machine will handle it. I say that now. Fast forward me to when we do the final thing, and then we can talk to me about it. Okay, final assembly. Oh, there we go. So that's all top stitched. And that's all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and keep moving on. Okay, this is where we're up to. We've got our back panel exterior and our interior. We're now going to match them together along the top. Okay, so we're doing right sides together. We're going to move that zipper panel out of the way, as well as our straps. We don't want to sew our straps or the zipper, not the zipper overlay, whatever this thing's called, the zipper panel. And we are right sides togethering them. I'm just going to quickly mark my center here because I've not marked it. Go. And then we're matching these right sides together, center to center along the top, making sure nothing else is stuck in it. I like to put a little clip on the edge there. To me, it just helps keep everything aligned a bit better, but we are only sewing along this top edge. Okie doke. There we go. So follow me over to the sewing machine. We'll get this sewn together, making sure again that it is only the top to the top. All of the other bits, the straps, the zipper, all of that is out of the way. We don't want to sew onto that, okay? We're going to sew it together with a 3/8 seam allowance. We're going to cut those corners to reduce bulk, and then we're going to turn it right sides out, add the stabilizer, and sort it out. But let's get this bit sorted first, okay? Follow me over. Okie dokie, so we're getting this sewn on with the 3/8 seam allowance, making sure you do know where your handles are and everything is out of the way. 3/8. There we go. All done. Before we head back over to the overhead, I'm just going to quickly trim off these corners to help reduce bulk. But let's head back over to the overhead and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie, we're back over at the overhead. So we've just sewn that together. Now we're going to add the stabilizer. So I am using a fusible stabilizer. It does say specifically don't use fusible stabilizer This is a self-adhesive, and I just do it anyway because, like I've said before, I've pretty much made Sewfisticated foam my only stabilizer that I use, so I don't really have much choice in this matter. Okay, just marking the centers to make it easier to add on there, and then I'm just going to stick it down. The biggest thing with using the Sewfisticated ones is that zipper pocket. So I'll show you guys how I sort it out, but first of all, I'm just sticking it down as close to that top as I can get. And I am making sure it's nice and even on that bit there first. And then what I do is I go onto the other side, the underside, and then I am going to actually smooth it out through that pocket to make it a better fit. Okay, so just flip it over. And then what I'm going to do now is, because I've not soothed this bit down yet, and I'm going to open this pocket in here, that zipper pocket, and then I'm just going to slowly soothe it down because, and this is the reason why Jassy says it's hard for you guys to see inside this pocket, but the reason why it's not recommended is because, oh here, see like this? These kind of wrinkles will all show on that fusible, so, or self-adhesive. So you just need to take a bit of time to smooth it down nicely. And like I've done this with a fair few bags, like this isn't my first rodeo with doing this kind of stuff. So I know what I'm doing. I'm just slowly smoothing it with my hand, taking the time to make sure that it is nice. There is a wrinkle there in my fabric. I can feel it. There we go. I'm happy with that. So when you open it up now, I don't know how much I can show you guys, but all the bubbling is gone. We just have a beautiful, smooth zipper pocket. Okay, now that that's done, we are going to fold this wrong sides together, the lining side and the exterior side. We are going to top stitch along that top here. And then after we top stitch, we're going to baste around the rest of the perimeter. Now, the thing to be careful of is make sure you don't sew down your strap and the zipper, okay? Make sure the strap and the zipper stays nice and far away. And then we're just gonna baste around the whole perimeter as well. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that first of all top stitched and then baste all around. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie. Here we go. Let's get this top stitched and then basted. So first of all, we're going in with the top stitch, making sure you've got your strap and all of the zippers, the zipper panel and all that out of the way. If, like me, you are using quite thick materials, make sure you have your hump jumper ready if it's needed, so it can jump away from you. Oh my goodness. Here, and then flip it. And then after we've done the top stitch, we are going to baste all the way around. Whoop. Oh my goodness. Okie dokie. Once that's all top stitched and basted, let's head back over to the overhead and we'll keep moving on. Okie dokie, so we've top stitched, basted, da 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 da. This is where we're up to for our black back panel. Now we're going to be adding on our rivets. Okay, now Jassy has a really big tip for us with the rivets. Do not attempt to punch through this and the straps at the same time. She has tried and it did not end well. So she has pre-warned us. Now, first of all, I'm going to mark where my rivets are. So Jassie's given us one at 3/8 down, one at 1 inch down, making sure it's centered to the straps. Now, when we were talking about useful notions, I talked about my rivet guide. So I use my rivet guide for it. To me, before a rivet guide, I never managed to get well-placed rivets, I guess is the best thing of saying. So with my rivet guide, I just have to center it along my 1 inch top strap and then measure the 1 inch down and then the 3/8 down. And then I have perfectly aligned rivet holes to punch. Okay, and I'm doing that on the other side again, 1 inch down and 3/8 down. Go. And next we're going to punch the holes. So like Jassie said, just punch that top first. So literally just line that up, punch a hole, and then the bottom one. Same on this side. After we've punched those holes, we are going to grab a pen to mark the straps through these holes. Okay, so in there like that, dig it around and hope that it goes through. One of mine did, 3 of mine did, so the bottom one didn't. I will say this happens to me quite a lot. Most of the time it's because I don't actually cut through the fabric the whole way. There we go. Okay, now that that's all been done, we're going to cut the holes on the straps, making sure not to cut that zipper, okay? We're only doing holes on the strap, not on the zipper bit. Zipper panel, is that what it's called? Sorry if we see my head. Go. Once that's all cut, we are going to insert our rivets. The rivet lengths will depend on your material choices. Whoops, not these ones. These ones are my little ones. So that's why Jassie has, you know, like a range for the rivet sizes, because it really will depend on your own fabric choices as to how big your rivet is going to need to be, or how long the post is going to need to be. Anyone thinks that I look like I'm just randomly grabbing rivets, it's probably true, because I only buy rivets in a few sizes, so I roughly know which they all are. Okay, so we're just going to put those rivets first through the exterior panel and then through the strap. Whoop. Go, and then we are going to set those rivets however you set them. For me, it is with a rivet press. Rivet press? Table press? Whatever this thing's called. I will say, anyone who doesn't have a table press, best investment I ever made, for sure. Go. And that's our rivets all installed. So that is our back panel all done. So we can move that aside. Okie dokie. If you are going to do a logo tag on your front exterior, Jassie suggested you do that now. I am not, so I'm going to keep moving on. Okie dokie, we're working on the interior lining. So what I like to do first up is find all of our center points. So I'm just going to quickly do that. So that's the center point right on the top, obviously. I do also like to quickly clip the center point here as well, so inside that little section. Is it needed? I don't know. Do I like doing it? Yes, I do. Okay, once we've clipped that and we've got that all ready, we're grabbing our recessed zipper exterior. Gonna find your center, which I've already done, and we're going to match it. So obviously both of the vinyl's the right side, but the zipper tape. Okay, so the zipper tape should be facing right side down that way, and we're matching it center to center. And then if you were not filming a tutorial, you would head over to the sewing machine and you would baste this down first so that you don't make So there's less chances of making a mistake. Every time you baste, you just make it easier so that things don't shift as much. So that's the smart thing to do. Go and baste. If you're filming a tutorial like me and you can't be bothered going back and forth all the time, we're going to grab the remaining top accent exterior. The top, yep. There she is. Here we go. And then we are going to match it right sides down to this as well. Okay, so again, matching that center to center. Clip that in place. Clip that in place. And then we are going to sew all of this together, these 3 layers together, with a 3/8 seam allowance, okay? Once that has been sewn on with the 3/8 seam allowance, we're going to open it up and we are going to top stitch, okay? But I will talk you through it over at the sewing machine. So follow me over, baste the zipper panel down first, and then sew the top accent exterior down, okay? Now let's head back over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie, if you weren't filming a tutorial like me, you would be doing the basting first and then sewing this together, but I am just doing it all in one go. So we are doing the 3/8 seam allowance. If, like me, you are cheating and doing it this way, make sure that you've got everything held tight exactly where it is so it doesn't shuffle, it doesn't move. Use your fingers to double check you know exactly where everything is so that if you need a hump jumper, you are at the ready, okay? There we go. Once that's all sewn together, we are going to quickly clip off these corners to help reduce bulk in those seam allowances. Then we're going to open this up. Do I need more space? We're going to open this up and we're going to top stitch along the lining, making sure we're also flipping up that zipper gusset. Zipper gusset, what's this called again? The zipper panel, okay? So we're only sewing on the lining side with the handles, the top exterior and the zipper all facing upwards, okay? So let's get that happening. Felt like my bobbin was coming out. Okay. So we are top stitching with a 1/8 seam allowance. There are parts where it will get thick because remember you've got all of your handles and everything under there. So hump jumper if needed. All done. So once that's all done, we can head back over, we can put this aside and head back over to the overhead. Okie dokie, so let's get onto the front panel and exterior lining. So now that we've done our lining, you may notice that I've had to change the direction of my zip tail. I stuffed up a little bit, but it's okay. What we're gonna do next is we are grabbing our external piece as well for the front exterior. We are matching the front exterior to the lining. We're going to make sure we're not sewing on the zipper tape. And we're going to match them right sides together and sew it together. So first of all, I'm going to mark the center. So right sides together, center to center over that top there, leaving our straps and the zipper panel completely out of the way. So do not accidentally sew that. Then we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew this together with a 3/8 seam allowance. Once we've sewn that together, we're going to come back over here because before we top stitch, I am going to need to add the stabilizer in first. So let's go get this sewn up with that 3/8 and then we'll come back over here. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie, let's get this top edge sewn together with that 3/8 seam allowance. Just making sure you're keeping everything level, especially if, like me, you are, oh no, not even especially, just making sure like you know exactly where your handles and everything are so you don't accidentally sew them as well. It shouldn't catch with the 3/8 because the overhang isn't that much, but just making sure you know where everything is always a good move, I think. Okie dokie, that's all done. So let me just pull this off sewing machine. Just going to quickly trim those corners, and then we're going to head back over to the overhead so that we can add the insulation or the stabilizer and keep moving on. Follow me over. Okie dokie, so we've just sewn them together. So now we're going to attach the stabilizer. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flick it over to the exterior side, and then I'm going to try and get the stabilizer stuck in. We want the stabilizer as close to the top as possible so that we can get a little bit more space down the bottom. I am going to mark centers on this stabilizer. For me, I find it easier to then line it up better, I guess. I did iron my fabric. I must have dropped something heavy on it. Huh. Go. Okay, and then I'm just going to, I am using a Sewfisticated foam, so I do have to be a little bit more careful because obviously what I'm working with is a water resistant canvas, so it's not like when it's with vinyl that once you stick it, it's okay. I can iron it after I stick it to help melt the glue and make it stick better and stop there from being movement and whatnot. But at the moment I'm just trying to get this lined up to the best possible spot, and I suck at this. Oh my god. My favorite thing about the Sewfisticated foams is that even if you're as uncoordinated as me, you can undo it and reapply it quite easily without damaging the, like, how sticky it is. Probably have guessed I've probably not cut that side properly. That's why there's a bit of such a close gap there. I'm just going to trim this back a little bit. You can see I've got the pink line there where I was supposed to trim it, so I've obviously not done a good job. Now, because this is a Sewfisticated foam, even though the back looks good, I need to double check the front, make sure I get all of the wrinkles out. Go. A quick little thing I like to do now, if you have the time and the ability to wait, is to give it a quick little press now while it's completely flat. That helps the glue on the adhesive actually settle in better. So I will actually do that, give it a quick little set before I do the next step. But I'll tell you what we're going to do next, okay? So after I give that a quick little set, we're going to fold this. Going to match the bottom to the bottom here and on this side, and then we are going to top stitch along that top edge. Obviously do not sew any of this stuff down, so that will be folding down. This is just to show you guys. Top stitch and baste all the way around all of that perimeter. Okay, so I'm going to give this a quick little fuse before I move over to the sewing machine, but I'll meet you guys over there. We'll top stitch and baste over there. Follow me over. Okie dokie. So first of all, we are going to top stitch and then we're going to baste around the whole panel. Now, just making very careful that your straps and your zipper panel are completely out of the way. We are not top stitching those. They go down to the bottom like that. Okay, so we are top stitching. So this is with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, once we've top stitched, we are going to follow along and we're just going to baste the rest of this together. I, at this point, like to flop my straps and that zipper up just to make it a little bit easier to handle. All done. Now that that's all basted together, let's head back over to the overhead and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie, so this is where we're up to. We've basted the lining and the front, so that's all done. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to insert the rivet. So it's kind of the same way like we did the back panel. So like I said, I like to use a a rivet template. I just find it easier to do than than not, I guess is the best way to say it. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to do a hole about 3/8 down, not about, but 3/8 down. So I like to center my, because this is a 1-inch rivet strap, so I center it around my front one and then mark that. Same on the other side. And then we're also then doing another one at 1 inch down. Now, like we did before, we're going to punch the holes on this panel first without touching the straps, and then we're going to do the straps. So quickly punch that. Go. Once we've done that, we can use a pen to then, using these holes, mark where it corresponds to on the strap. This one's wonky underneath. Yep, that's where it is. Okay, and then we're going to punch the holes on the straps as well. Do not punch the zippery bit. Again, sorry that you guys see my head. There we go. Then now we can insert our rivets. Now the rivet height you use will depend on the fabric choices that you use, okay? So that's why there is a size guide, I guess, on the instructions instead of just a straight up this millimeter. Okay, and we're going to insert it through the flaps or the front panel, and then whoop, and then through the straps. There we go, and then we are going to punch them in, or set them however you would normally set your rivets. Ow! I just hit you guys. Sorry. You guys are still in the good spot? Yep. There we go. All done. So that is now our rivets on there too. Okay, so let's keep moving on. Okay, we're now working on the zipper pocket lining, the insulated pocket. If you are not doing an insulated pocket and you want it to be unstructured, so you're not even using any stabilizer, then you can skip to the next step. Okay, so if you are doing the insulated one, what you will have is you would have cut 3 pieces of the AA1 piece, the zipper pocket lining piece, and you would also have a stabilizer or your insulation. Okay, so as you can see, I've used 3 different colors. The reason being is there is 2 of these that you will see on the zipper pocket, and there is 1 that you will see on the actual main compartment of the bag. So I am using a different color one for the actual main compartment side and a different color for the inside. Okay, so for my first test to make, I just did them all the same color. You can do that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I thought for the tutorial, it's easier to show you guys with two different colors so that you can see exactly what I'm working on, okay? So right now we need one of the zipper pocket linings that is going to be on the inside of the insulated section and one that's going to be on the outside of the insulated section. So I can get rid of that one. Okay, so this is for my insulated section and this is the main compartment. What we're going to do is we are going to work out right sides, wrong sides. So this is the wrong side, this is the wrong side. We are going to sandwich our insulated foam in between these and then match them wrong side together. Now, if you are using an insulated foam like me, you'll have one side that is silver, one side that is not. The silver side should be facing the side that is going to be your insulated side, and then the main compartment side covers it. Okay, so again, this is inside the insulated section. The silver is facing the wrong side of it, and then the main compartment lining on top. Okay, if you want to, you can use a bit of double-sided tape to tape that stabilizer into place so that it doesn't wobble around. Truth be told, it's not needed, and I will not be doing it because we already know if I don't have to use double-sided tape, I will not use double-sided tape. So I'm just trying to make sure it's as centered as possible. And then I'm just going to clip these together. There we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to baste that all together. So follow me over. Oh, quick tip. Jassie's also left us a tip. Obviously, I'm using two different colors, so it's really obvious to me. This side is the non-insulated side, and this side is the insulated side. Now, if you are using the same color, you can just quickly draw a little X or something in one of these corners within the seam allowance so that you know which side has the silver insulated part. Because obviously you want your pocket to be as insulated as possible. Otherwise, why use the insulator? Okay, so let's go over to the sewing machine and get that basted together. Okie dokie, let's baste this all together. As you can see, I've probably not cut this pretty perfectly. It doesn't matter because this is just a basting stitch, but yep, so it's a 1/8 basting stitch. I'm just basting all the way around the perimeter, making sure you keep an eye on your insulation foam if you are using the insulation foam, that it's still in there, but also keeping in the right spot, roughly centered. There we go. That's all basted together. So again, I know this is the non-insulated side, so without the silver, this is the insulated side. But if you don't have different fabric, make sure you mark a little cross on the silver side to help you remember. Okay, let's keep moving on. Okay, next we're going to be grabbing our zipper pocket lining AA3. Now, if you are doing the insulated pocket, you would have 2 pieces of this. If you are not doing the insulation, you would have 1 piece of this, okay? So if you are just doing 1 piece, then you would have the wrong side, either inside the pocket or inside your main compartment showing. So if, like me, you are using Sophisticated Twill or Vibrant Voo, where the front and back are super similar, then you could easily just do with the 1 layer. If you're using something else where front and back are very different, I would suggest doing the 2 layers, even if you are not insulating, okay? So I am doing the insulated, so I've got 2. Now I am using this color for the part where you can see inside the main compartment, and this for the part inside the pocket. That's why I've got 2 colors here. Now, first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to flip to the wrong side. Along one of the short edges, we are going to mark 3/8 from that short edge, which I've already done off camera. Now, what we're next going to do is we're going to grab the other side and we are going to wrong sides together, match the short edge to that marked 3/8 line. We are going to fold this over to conceal that raw edge. And then we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew that edge with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? We're going to do that with the lining right side up. So this is the right side, remember? Okay. Now, once that is done, we're going to press this seam allowance. So once we've sewn that together with the 1/4 inch, we're going to press that seam allowance flat so that it encompasses that raw edge, and then we're going to top stitch. But I'll talk you through that over on the other side. We're also, if you are doing the insulated pocket, doing it on the other piece as well, exactly the same thing. So make sure you do that side as well. I'll quickly get that clipped in, and then we can head over and get that sewn together. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie, so got our zipper pocket lining. We're going to sew that folded edge with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? Okie dokie. Once that is sewn together, just like that, this is a raw edge. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up that seam. This isn't, this is. We're going to fold towards the raw edge side so that it encloses the raw edge. And then we are going to top stitch with a 1/8 seam allowance. Try and make sure I'm folding this right so that it's not too... Sometimes I stretch too much and it isn't good. Not it isn't good, it's just, yeah. Okay, so 1/8, just so that encloses that raw edge that's under there. Making sure, because this is a loop, see how this is really close to being sewn under? Don't sew that down. Okay, that's top stitched. So now you would have this, your seam, your top stitch. There's no raw edges on either side. Now, if you are doing the insulated, like I said, like I am, or you're just doing 2 layers, you will have a second piece. So I'm just going to quickly do the second piece the same way. So 1/4 inch, and then flatten and open the seam, and then top stitch. Okay. Raw edge, folded, top stitch. Okie dokie, now that that's both done, let's head back over to the overhead and we will keep moving on. Okay, so we are now doing the lining. I don't know what I'm talking about. We've just sewn these together. So let's head back over. So now that we're over here, we're just going to match these together as well as deal with the insulation or the lining, depending on what you are using. Okay, so if you are using insulation like me, this is what we are dealing with. We are going to butt end them together and stick it all together. Okay, so I like to just grab some double-sided tape, not double-sided tape, sorry. What's this called? Painter's tape. I should know this. I love this stuff. And then I like to do it kind of that way because I suck at sticking things together, which makes it hard for you guys to see. So I've put it half on one side, half on the other, and then I just kind of run it over back across the top too. Don't have it tight though. We just want it stuck together. And then, so realistically, it's just gone all the way around once plus a little bit. There you go. So now it's a nice solid circle. we're going to grab our zipper pocket lining, and we are going to match the zipper pocket lining and the insulator and, well, the two zipper pocket lining and the insulator. The main thing is we want to double check which side is your insulating one going to be in, okay? So for me, it's going to be purple is the one that is facing the insulating side. So I want the wrong side of purple into the insulation, just like that. It doesn't matter where the join is. I just have it pretty much opposite, almost opposite to the seam. There's no reason for it. It's just how I like it. So that's the silver side. This is the one that's my inside pocket. And then wrong side of this as well, over the top. So this all goes inside it. Okay. I try to match up these two seams as best I can. It does make it a little bit thicker on that one spot, but to me, I think it's nicer. Now we can head over to the sewing machine and we can baste it all together with that on the inside. Of course, it's up to you to clip however much you want. And I think by now we know I don't clip a lot. So, okay, so clip it together all the way around if you'd like, or not at all. And then we'll head over to the sewing machine and we will get that all basted together. So this is all one piece. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie, we're back over at the sewing machine. So let's get this basted together. So we're just basting, so it's not anything serious, nothing too stressful, just a 1/8 seam allowance. And I like to sew it like a loop, I guess. So I have, it's not really, doesn't matter which way in, but yeah, one side on the ends, one side showing this way, the other side on the bottom, makes no difference. The biggest thing I would say for doing this is just making sure, again, you are aware which side your silver lining side, like the silver side is facing if you are doing an insulating one. So like me, like I said, I'm using two different fabrics. So for me, it's super easy to work out which one is the silver side, which one isn't. But if you're not, just put a little cross somewhere on the silver side within the seam allowance, just so it's really easy to see. Okay, so first side done. Let's quickly do the other side. There we go, all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and keep moving on. Okie dokie. So we are going to be joining our zipper pocket lining with the insulated foam to the, what is this called again? Oh, I can never remember. AA3 to AA1. Okay, so make sure you know which side has your silver side facing. So for me, this is the silver side and this is the silver side. So we want to make sure the silver sides are facing each other, just so that way we know exactly what we are doing. Okay, so first of all, we are going to find our center points. So let's just, however you fold it, because we're going to use this as the center point, the joined seam as the center point for one of them. So however you decide that you are looking for that joined seam, make sure you fold it the same way on both sides. So I've got one here and I've already searched for that joined side there. Okay, because I am using that side. Okay, you can use the top stitch side, you can use this side or the joined seam side. It's up to you. It's just whatever you use, make sure you do it on both sides so that they're equally the same right sides to, well, yeah, whatever. Okay, now if you like your bags to have more structure like I do, you're going to want to have your joined seam of AA3 to match the top center point of the AA1 lining. Okay, so I'm going to quickly find my seams on here too. My seams, oh, my center points. I can't talk this morning. Okay, so my top Oops, I almost did it the wrong way. See what I told you about? The silver needs to match the silver, and I almost did it the wrong way. So top seam matching that top seam. And it goes here. The bottom matching the bottom. And first up, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to measure. How well can you guys see this? Let me just get rid of that top bit. No one cares about this top bit at this moment. Okay, so on this flap, I'm going to measure a 1/4 inch on both of these corners, and I'm going to mark a mark. I could probably do that like this and bring this on camera. 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch. Okay. Now that I've marked those 1/4 inches, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the sewing machine and I'm going to baste just from that 1/4 inch mark to this 1/4 inch mark, just along that bottom, okay? So we are starting and stopping at that 1/4 inch. Do not go past it. Once we've done that, we're going to snip the lining before we continue to clip the rest in place, okay? So follow me over to the sewing machine. Let's get that basted down first, and then we'll keep moving on. Okie dokie, so we are just basting that base onto the bottom of this loop, making sure that top is out of the way, right? And just from that 1/4 inch mark to the other 1/4 inch mark, okay? It doesn't have to be, well, yeah, it should be precise, but it doesn't have to be crazy precise, okay? So we're just doing it from there. I am actually going to go forward stitch and reverse stitch one just to lock that in. And it's just a basting stitch on the 1/8 seam allowance. And again, watch where that 1/4 inch mark is, and that's where we are going to. There we go. So as you can see, I've just sewn to that 1/4 mark, from that 1/4 inch mark. And then we're going to head back over to the overhead and we'll keep moving on. Okie dokie, so we've just done that bottom to that 1/4. The first thing we're going to do is where we got to at that 1/4 inch, we are going to cut about 1/4 inch on the AA3 lining, which is the loopy loop one, okay? So I'm just going to quickly grab this. So this is just, this is a rivet ruler, but if you have a ruler, you can measure it. I like to measure exactly my 1/4 inch so that I don't overcut. If you are confident with how you cut, of course, you don't have to measure it exactly. It's just, it makes me feel safer. Okay, that's a 1/4. 1/4 is more to here. Okay, go. So, just to show you guys, bring you guys nice and close. I don't know how to bring you guys in close and still be able to actually see what I'm doing. So I'm just cutting right there along that sew line that along to where I sewed that base to, and cutting in by that 1/4 inch. There we go. And then I'm going to connect the top to that top seam that I decided was the center. And then we're going to slowly clip it all in place. And then you will find, because of that cut that you made, this will all fit perfectly. Just like that. There we go, that's all clipped together. So now we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew all the way around that clip edge with a 1/8 seam allowance, okay? After we've done that, I'm going to do this over at the sewing machine too so that we don't keep coming back and forth. We're going to bind that whole section with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? I do use fold over elastic, so for me it's easier to go over and do it over there. But if you use bias tape or fabric and you find it easier to do that and then come back, place that on with double-sided tape and then do it, that's absolutely fine too. But follow me over, let's get this basted and binded. Okie dokie. So if you do have a pokey stick, have it handy. It's, for me, I find it's probably like my most important tool for doing this bit. So I'm going to start right in that corner Get the needle down to hold everything in place first. Jassy swears by a hemostat. I have tried hemostats. I bought one, but I cannot for the life of me work out how to use it. Okay, so 1/8 seam allowance. This is just a basting stitch. Nothing too scary. Don't throw clips around everywhere. Sorry, this is going to be hard for you guys to see because of how this is angled. I wonder if I should angle you guys a little bit more. Maybe. Let me see if I can kind of angle you guys over here a little bit more so you guys can maybe see a bit better. Let's try that. But it's actually pretty smooth. It's just, you're literally just looping it around. And then if it all comes apart like this does, it's fine. This is because I never use enough clips. And truth be told, if I wasn't filming a tutorial, I don't even use the clips. Jassy's measurements are so good that I can actually do this freehand without clips. Probably shouldn't say that. It's a little bit cheeky, isn't it? Not using clips at all. But that's how I like to live. I like to live dangerously. Okay, let me get this angle back. The reason being is I don't know if I remove this bag at that angle, what kind of chaos you'll see in the background. Okay, so double check that you're happy. The biggest thing is on the underside, on those corners, that everything is caught. It's not, there's no weird wrinkles or anything, which there isn't. So I am happy. So I'm going to move on to straight up doing the binding. Like I said before, I use fold over elastic for my choice of binding. So if, like me, you'd like to use fold over elastic, I do have videos as well. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to reach my lighter. I do have videos on YouTube as well on all of my tips and hints on how to use fold over elastic for binding. Like I said, I don't clip or stick it in place beforehand. I just clip and go. Now, before we bind, we are binding the section. I mean, I hope we knew this, but we are binding the part that isn't the silver side of the insulation. So my insulation is on the inside, okay? If we have it clipped the wrong way now, it might be a bit too late, but we don't. We are good. Okay, and we are binding with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? So like I said, I don't pre-clip or anything when it comes to fold over elastic. I just clip as I go. I am starting at the bottom. There's no reason for it. It's probably just the bottom will probably be the part that is the least likely to be seen. So that's kind of what I'm doing, I guess. As I come to corners, I just quickly come around the corner, clip another clip there, and then I use the elastic to my help, I guess, is the best way to say it. And kind of, yeah, just hold it in place. Then as we come to the end where I'm finishing up, I clean off the end and just cut that fold over elastic. I am sewing directly from the reel. I should probably have said that too. So that's why I never cut my fold over elastics before I sew, because it depends on like the corners, how much pressure I use as to how long my fold over elastic ends up being. So that's why I never pre-cut it. I just find for me, it's the easiest way to do it. There we go. Now pop it up, double check your stitches, make sure you're happy with them. I feel like there is a top corner that I didn't feel 100% confident about. So I'm just going to quickly move that to check. So the underside, like the side that I was sewing on, everything's good. I know that. Now the underside, that didn't catch there, so I need to fix that a little bit. Oh, the bit that I was worried about actually all caught. Yep. Everything caught apart from this little section here. So I'm just going to go back in and fix it, show you guys how I do it. So when an underside hasn't been caught, my favorite way of fixing it, instead of going back the same way that we were doing it, which was this way, and hoping that it just catches this time miraculously, doesn't work best for me. So I actually go in the opposite way of how I was sewing before, so that the side that was missed is now the top side. And I just quickly fix it up. Done. There we go. That is also on the bottom corner, so it is going to be barely visible in the finished bag, so it's really not a problem. There we go. So as you can see, this side still looks good. This side's now all caught, and we are done. So let's head back over to the overhead and keep moving on. Okie dokie. So front zipper pocket. We're going to grab our zipper pocket lining piece, one of the last ones that we've got remaining. So it is, hopefully, this is also one of the ones that is facing inside your insulated pocket, okay? And then we're going to grab our ZAA zipper tape. Before you do anything, make sure you singe those ends. And then we're also going to find the center point, and we're going to mark the center point on both sides. Some of you may notice that I use scissors to mark center points on fabric. I will never do that on zipper tape. I know some people say that you can singe it and seal it back. To me, it's just never a safe option, like it's not good enough. So I will only ever draw on zipper tape, okay? So once you've drawn your center, you can rip it apart. I'll separate it. Let's not rip it apart. Okay, and then we are going to find the center of the zipper pocket lining piece on the top, and I also like to do the bottom. Okay, and I'm just double checking if I've got the right side and the wrong side. So this is the wrong side, this is the right side. And we're going to match one half of these zipper tape, right sides together. And then we're going to put the zipper wrong side to the right side. Yep, this is the right side, this is the wrong side of the zipper tape. So this is right side up, and this is right side up. We're going to match the top center to center. And then we're going to slowly match and clip the zipper tape all the way around the bends and down to the bottom. Okie dokie. Now, after I clip it all around, before I go over to the sewing machine to baste it together, one thing I like to quickly check is that the overhang is about the same. So because we did measure up the center, so these overhangs should realistically be the same if you have clipped those angles the right way, which, yep, mine are. Because I don't know if this is a me thing or if this is everyone else. For some reason, the way I clip one side and the other side changes a little bit. I think it's like a hand feel, left hand, right hand thing. I don't know. I could be making this up. But so what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to baste this down with a 1/8 seam allowance, okay? After we've basted that with the 1/8 seam allowance, we are going to grab our exterior piece, and we're going to match our exterior pieces right sides together. And then we're going to sew back around that edge again, but this time with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then we're going to trim that excess in the seam and then birth it, top stitch it. But I will talk you through that over at the sewing machine. So follow me over. Let's grab that over. We are going to baste that zipper tape down. So it's just with a 1/8 seam allowance onto the lining. If I can find my pokey stick. I like to use my pokey stick when I'm dealing with zipper tape on corners because, Sorry, I have to start again. I don't know if you guys saw, so I started just below my zipper tape and I felt it pull. Now the problem with that pulling is that it'll make it all out of whack, and then it's not going to match up to the center of the other one. Okay, so because I started too far down, I started on the bottom of the lining panel when I really should have started where the lining and the zipper tape were already together. Anyway, lots of explaining for no reason, really. I just like to talk, in case you guys haven't realized. And there we go. There. So now I've actually caught my lining and my zipper tape for my first stitch, and it'll move smooth. So I like to use my pokey stick, to hold fabric in place, but also because with corners especially, once those clips go, they move quite quickly, and using the pokey stick can just help make sure, see how this is kind of out of alignment? I can just quickly and kind of skewer it back into where it's supposed to go, so that my zipper tape stays how it's meant to be, even when the clips are gone. Truth be told, sometimes when I'm lazy, I don't even use the clips. And I just use my pokey stick the whole time, and just use my pokey stick to maneuver as I go. Sorry, I'm coming over the screen because I have to. I love my vintage, but one thing that she doesn't like is being left in the wrong position. And because mine's a knee lever, it's quite obvious. It's not quite obvious, but a lot of the times I leave her in the wrong position, and then she won't start moving again unless I hand crank. Okay, now I'm going to run the quick check like I did over on the other side, that both of the zipper tapes come out about the same, so that I know that my zipper didn't shuffle too much or at all when I moved. Yep, and that's pretty much perfect. See how those zipper tapes, so we're not checking this edge here, we are checking the zipper teeth edge. Okay, so that's all in. The next thing we're going to do, like I said over on the other side, is we're going to match up our exterior fabric to it. So make myself some room. I'm just quickly grabbing my exterior, just going to also find my centers. Okay, and then we are going to match right sides together, sandwiching that zipper tape. I like to match top center to top center first. I don't know why. We're not sewing this bottom, but I still like to put a clip on it. If you'd like to, you can clip it all together so that it all matches up. I think we know by now I am not going to do that because I don't like clipping. So all I'm doing is the couple of main points that I know it needs to or should match up, and then leaving it. Okay, and then we're going to sew it together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so let's bring that sewing machine back in. Oh, let me move it this way a little bit more. Okay, and we are 1/4 inch seam allowance, zipper pull sandwiched in there. The most important part that we need to be careful of is around this top corner where the zipper tape is. I am a very feeling based sewer, so you'll see me touching and feeling a lot, and that's what my left hand is doing. I'm touching and feeling where the zipper tape is, just making sure it is smoothed out and out of my seam allowance. See that? I could feel that was starting to happen, so I'm just going in there, just pulling that a little bit, making sure it's not caught on anything. Okie doke. So that's all done. Now we are supposed to trim those corners, turn it right side out, and then top stitch. Now, let me just show you guys what I like to do. and you guys know this, I hate birthing if I don't have to. So first I give it a good little feeling around those corners, because the corners are the point where it's most likely to get tangled up with the zippers. And double check on the lining side. Everything looks good. So as far as I can feel and touch, it looks good. The only one I'm not sure about, this side feels a little bit funny. So I'm just going to check on that corner on the zipper tape before I trim. Yep, we are perfect. Now the reason I do this is because once we trim, it can still be resewn if you need to, like if you need to seam rip and resew it, but it's harder to line it up, okay? So whereas if I check now, I can make sure before I trim. Okay, done. So now what we're going to do is we're going to grab our pinking shears and we're going to cut, or just kind of pinking shear around that bend bit, but only on the lining, not the lining side, sorry. The exterior side. So I'm making sure I'm holding my zipper tape back as I trim, because we do not want to trim that. We also do not want to cut the stitches. So just do be careful of that too. Now, I did say if we don't have pinking shears, it's not the end of the world. So if you don't have pinking shears, what we're just trying to do is we're trying to cut out that seam with some little triangles so that it just helps turning that fabric easier. So if you wanted to, you can go around and just cut little triangles just like that all the way around, which has the same effect as the pinking shears. So don't feel like you need to go out to buy pinking shears if you do not have them. They're just easier to use if you do have them. Okay, and okay. There we go. Now that that's done, I'm also just going to quickly trim only the exterior on that corner, because it's just what I do with every single corner to help me reduce bulk. Okay, so trimmed, no touchy. Okay, if you wanted to trim your lining a little bit, you can. If your lining is really bulky, it's probably worth, even like if you used a PVC backed waterproof canvas, for example, it could be worth actually even unstitching the basting stitch around that edge, those edges, those corners, just so you can what's the name it? I'm really speaking English today. Trim it, but I'm not going to do that. So now we're just going to birth it out. Make sure we get those corners out nice and beautifully. Okay. And then we are going to top stitch and baste around. Oh, actually, no, we're not going to top stitch and baste yet. I need to add my insulation. Whoo! So if you are using an insulated panel, add your insulation. If you are using normal stabilizer, add your stabilizer. Holy moly, that was not good. So if you are using insulator, the silver side, that faces downwards. It faces the lining side, okay? So make sure you have it in the right way. Clip it shut. Okay. There we go. And then we're going to bring her back in and we are going to top stitch. Okay, so we are top stitching. So it is a 1/8 seam allowance. Again, whenever I top stitch anything with zippers, I like to just gently tug on the zipper tape just to help the fabric find its space and to make sure the zipper tape doesn't get crunched up, I guess, in some ways. Sorry, I know my hand's in the way because I'm pulling the zipper tape, but I cannot get my tripod to a better angle today. Okie dokie. Now, before I baste this shut, I'm just going to last chance see if I can move this stabilizer in anymore. That's perfect. And putting it shut. Do you know what? I am going to take this out from here because I can feel the vinyl stretching as I'm trying to close up here, which it's not a problem. It just means that it won't look as pretty. So I'm turning it upside down and having my Vibrant Vue, which is my lining side up, just to baste this shut because I don't want it to stretch. I want it to be exactly the right way. Okay, my top stitching is absolutely perfect. It just means it takes a little bit more time because obviously like I'm turning it upside down just to do one row of stitching when I could have just carried on and just finished it off. But if I did just carry on and finish it off, it wouldn't look as nice. There might be like a little bit of a wrinkle, and I don't do well with wrinkles. Okay, done. Here we go. So that's that panel all done. So let's head back over to the overheads and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie. So this is where we are at. We're going to grab the other side, well, not this is where we're at. We're going to grab our front panel exterior and the other side of our ZAA zipper, where you have marked the half. You're going to match that half, the middle spot or the center spot, with the center of your front panel exterior, right sides together, and then we're going to clip it in place. Okay, and then we're going to clip it all the way around that bend. Now here's something that works for me. I don't know why, but for some reason, the way that I clip my zipper on here compared to the way that I clip my zipper, so like when the zipper is going inside a corner compared to outside a corner, I think I'm not using the same kind of stretch. So what I find helpful, let me move this up a little bit more to make sure you guys can see the bottom. What I find helpful is grabbing the other piece that I've already done, this one, checking how much, so if I had matched that to there, how much extra zipper I've got down there, and then matching that point. You see how this has this much zipper overlay? So I match it to this side, draw a line there, do it on this side too. Oop, I'll do it this way though. Draw a line, oop, draw a line there. So it doesn't have to be exact, but by doing that and matching that line to that bottom, I have a better chance of making sure that it all lines up perfectly. So that's how I like to do it. So I like to just get that instead of going from the top center down like most people would. So yeah, so I don't know if that's weird or not, but it's a way that I found really works for me to help make sure that when it's all basted down that it would all match up. So if you'd like to give it a try, do, but yeah. And then I just kind of go around here, match that. Throwing stuff everywhere. That's gonna fit. That is going to fit beautifully. Perfect. Okay, and if you'd like to clip those centers as well, please do. I don't. But we're gonna head over to the sewing machine now and we're going to get that basted on with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over and let's get sewing. Okie dokie, so let's get this all sewn down. What am I doing? I'm losing the plot. Okay, so we are starting from here. Just gonna baste them on. So it is just with a 1/8 seam allowance. Like I said, I've marked where my pocket closed and that's how I know where my bottom is. And I found for me this works the easiest way. Okay, so we are just basting. Help if I was using a basting stitch. There we go, all done. So now that that's all done, before I head over to the sewing machine, the main thing I want to check is that there is no weird puckers, which there isn't around those corners. It all looks Beautiful. So we're going to head over. We're going to double check that the pocket does fit, which it should because I marked out where it should fit. But we're going to do that and then we're going to keep moving on. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie. Before we keep moving on, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure that that zipper panel is aligned properly. So first of all, we're just going to quickly put a zipper pull on. If it's only minor adjustments, so like it's just, you could probably adjust it with the zipper teeth, that's fine. But if it is a big adjustment, then it might mean you need to redo the zipper tape, okay? Here we go. And as you can see, I don't know how well you can see that. My bottom of the zipper pocket lines up with the bottom of my exterior. So that is perfectly right. So I am all good to keep moving on. So I'm going to take this back off. Put this back aside now that I've double checked and it works. And we are bringing in our, is this the lining? Is this what we're calling this? The zipper pocket lining back over. Okay. Now, make sure you remembered which one's the top and the bottom. You should be able to tell because the top is rounded and the bottom is squared. We are matching the top with the top. If you did have a center point, which I did use this as a center point, then you should be able to just match that up easily. And then clip it all the way and it should match up beautifully. Okay, I am going to give you guys some pre-warning now. Apart from the actual final top stitch, this is probably going to be the trickiest part of this make, okay? Now, Jassy suggests when we go and sew this, to sew it with the exterior side up, which might sound different if you've done a few of her patterns because, and I thought she was wrong too, not gonna lie, the first time I did this part, because in all of her other patterns that are like this, you would sew from the lining side up and have the zipper underneath and sew around here in a circle loop type situation. So I'm not going to lie, when I did the first sew around on my first test, I was like, Jassy is wrong. Why would I sew this way up? So I attempted to do the other way around and she was right. Do it exterior side up. I will show you what I mean over at the sewing machine, but right now I've got it all clipped into place. So we are good to go. Let's head over to the sewing machine. We're going to first of all get that basted on with a 1/8 seam allowance, and then we are going to bind just along the zipper side with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. We'll baste it down first and then we're going to bind it. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie. So this is probably the trickiest part. Okay, so if you do have a cylinder arm or a way to make your machine into a cylinder arm, it's worth doing. I have heard of people, I don't know how many people are sewing with vintage that watches me, but I have heard of people, even with vintage machines, putting blocks underneath it to lift it up so you can kind of get like a little bit of a circle action kind of going on. So you can do that with normal sewing machines too, I guess. With mine, I can't because mine is, I don't know how many people know this, I use a knee lever. So if I lift my machine, I can't actually reach my lever. So I don't have a foot pedal. And if I can't reach my lever, I can't sew. So I am going to just have to do it this way. Now, we are sewing, like I said before, exterior side up. So I'm going to squish that pocket down as much as I can as I go. Now we are going to sew this down. I think I said we're basting it, but we're actually sewing it down with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, I know in the past, I am very quick to just sew a little bit further down. Don't do that. So where your fabric is, just sew from there. Don't go further down, even though you've got excess zipper tape, because then you would be, yeah, because that technically goes underneath, okay? So we don't want to sew more than what we should, okay? So we are sewing this with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It's not actually that worrying because after this, we're also going to bind it. So even if you don't do it at a complete 1/4 inch, not a big deal. we are going to bind it, and then when you bind it, you're binding it 1/4 inch anyway. So it's really not be all or end all. Okay. The hardest thing is just, like I said, I can't make it so that I can circle it. So if you can, see how this is all scrunched up right now? If you could have had it circled, it wouldn't be scrunched up like mine is. So just work however works best for your sewing machine and find a way that is easiest. Okay, but definitely sew this way up. I tried the other way. Jassy has a reason to include it, not to do it that way. And I tried it. She knows what she's talking about. Whoops. Stuff's getting caught everywhere. Jassy will probably cringe a little bit because she definitely says sew this at a 1/8 seam allowance, and I mean 1/4 inch. You can see I'm kind of drifting into that 1/8 territory. Truth be told, I think I just 1/8 basted too on my tester one. For me, I just find it easier, okay? Especially I'm very confident with my binding, so I know my binding's definitely going to hit that 1/4 inch. So I just think for this one, just get it sewn on so it's all together, and then deal with the actual seam measurement while I am binding. Oh, sorry, knocked you guys. And again, when we come down here, don't go too far. Well, actually, don't go too far. Don't go past that bottom, yeah? Done. Okay, that's all done. So first of all, what you're going to want to check before you move on to the binding, let me just move some space to show you guys. Wow. Okay, what we want to check, oh look at that, I really scrunched her up. Okay, is these corners. So if it's a little bit wrinkled because like me you had to squish it and that's why it's wrinkled, that's fine. The main thing you're looking at is these seams. You don't want it crinkly, you don't want it folded, you don't want bulges, which mine doesn't have. It's absolutely beautiful and perfect. Oh, I'm too high up. There you go, see? Absolutely beautiful and perfect. No wrinkles, everything is exactly how it should be. So, next step is binding. So let's bring her straight back. We're not having breaks here, come on. We're gonna get this happening and get it binded. Like I said, apart from the final top stitch, this is your trickiest part. Personally, and again, I know this might be due to the fact that I am a very regular binder, so I like binding. So that step that we just did, that's the trickiest part. Okay, this binding bit, it's not even that hard because all the fabric's already there. Okie doke. And we are binding it the same way. Believe me, I tried doing it the other direction. It doesn't work. Believe it when Jassy says do it this way. Okay, I'm just cutting off some loose threads. Okay, like I said before, I like to bind with complete disregard to pre-clipping. So my binding is on the roll and I'm just going to bind as I go. Now, make sure your binding is starting parallel to where that base is. You don't want it too long, you don't want it too short. You want it just right. Oh, my needles. Little Goldilocks bag here. Okay. Now we are going to bind with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? So this 1/4 inch might not be as important to you if you actually sewed the first bit with a full 1/4 inch like we're supposed to. Like I said, I find it easier to have the full 1/4 inch on this section where all my fabric's already there. So that's why I kind of don't care about that first bit as much. It sounds horrible. Obviously I do care. I do care. It looks like on this part I am taking a long time. It is because I am. We're right on that corner. And if you pre-clip, you will not have this situation that I am having, but I do not. So it just takes me a little bit more time to make sure everything is exactly in the right spot before I sew it. Okay, just before we reach the bottom here, if you are still using it on the roll like I am, just make sure you cut off any excess and singe it. Cut this maybe about 1/8 too long, so I'm just going to make it slightly shorter again. Because it's elastic, it's almost better to be shorter and I can pull it into place than to have it too long and then overhang and me sewing a bit that doesn't need to be sewn or shouldn't be sewn. There we go, all done. So let's take it out. I'm going to quickly double check my binding before I move back over to the overhead. I want to double check that I've caught all the binding. I know this side is, well, actually I know this side is fine because that's the side I sewed on. I'll quickly cut off these loose threads. Okie doke. Whoop! Oh. Almost murdered myself with scissors. Okay, and then let's just double check that everything caught, which it did. Beautiful. And then I'm just also going to double check that all of this is still smooth, especially these corners, okay? These corners are the big ones you want to watch out for. And it is. It's absolutely smooth. It's beautiful. That's perfect. Awesome. Okay, let's head back over to the overhead and we'll keep on going. Okie dokie, so we've just done all of that bit. We've basted it. We're happy with it all. Now, in my test make, at this point, I gave my exterior another iron because I thought this would be a nice time to do it. I would probably advise against that now. So, because we are still going to birth the bag again, so you're going to have to iron again. Okay, if you are pedantic like me. I am very pedantic with my ironing. It annoys me when people don't iron. So, sorry. So, bear that in mind. Now, we're going to grab our front panel and our 2 zipper pulls. And we are going to quickly install this. Quickly cut off some threads. And we're going to install the zipper pulls so that this all now lines up. Now I like to put one side on first and bring that side all the way over to the other side so that you can see how your zipper teeth are supposed to be, because zipper teeth, you're always going to have one that's slightly in front of the other. So that way you can work it out exactly so that it's nice and flat and beautiful. Why is there a thread here? There we go. Is that right? I think probably, yep, that was right. Oh. I know that looked like I played around with it for a long time because I get really frustrated if these don't match up exactly right. Okay, so that's our zipper pulls on. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to match the bottom to the bottom of your pocket, and we are going to go over to the sewing machine and baste it together. Now, you may notice that this may not sit completely straight. That is fine. It's just a matter of making sure that it is sitting the right way. So as you clip it in, if there is more zipper tape than there is the pocket, that's normal. We're just going to slowly, more gently kind of have it lying like that. Okay, so if there is excess, don't fold it this way. We are folding outwards. Okay, there you go. And then I'm going to head over to the sewing machine. I'm just going to baste that base down so that it all matches up. And then we are going to cut off the excess zipper tape, and that is your front panel all done. But follow me over, let's quickly get that basted, and then we're going to trim that zipper tape. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie, so let's quickly get this basted. Let's just quickly get this basted shut so that everything's all held together nicely. I like to do it upside down. I just find it easier than having to deal with the other way. All done. Now that that's all basted together, that is your front panel all done. So let's keep moving on. Okay, we are moving on to the base exterior. So one of the first things I like to do is grab my base exterior and quickly find my centers along the long edges and the short edges. To me, it's just good housekeeping so that I know where everything is. You will see I have already marked off where the bag feet are meant to be, thanks to the projector. How many times am I going to mention projector in this tutorial? Pretty proud of it. I'm really excited. Okay, so there we go. So I've just marked all my centers. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab our stabilizer. Now the way Jassy has done this pattern, you don't have to use an adhesive stabilizer. Your stabilizer is going to be sewn in regardless. I am using a Sewfisticated foam from Sophisticated Supplies, which means that it is a adhesive one, okay? But if you are not using an adhesive or a fusible, you don't have to. It is going to get sewn in. The reason why I still like to attach it on is because I can, but we're going to sew it down. So first of all, make sure this is centered. Now, for some people, you might find it easier if yours is a sew-in to just add a bit of double-sided tape so that it's all centered and in the right spot. I like to do that with these type of bags that are gonna get thick and be quite big, because you want that stabilizer to be in the right spot so that when you do your final sewing and all of that, it comes on a bit easier. Okay, now after we've done that, what we're actually going to do is we're going to sew this stabilizer down. So if it was a sew-in, you could have used some double-sided tape, whatever, to just hold it there. And then we're going to do a sew line, a top stitch line around it. Now, if you are using an adhesive like me, do you have to do that sew line? No, you don't. But let me tell you, it looks really good. So it is worth doing. It does add to how it looks. So how I like to do it, so you can kind of guesstimate, I guess, because we're going to top stitch a rectangle 1/3/8 inch around the whole exterior. So you can guess it and just manhandle it. Not manhandle it, that's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Like, you can just guesstimate it and just take it over to the sewing machine and hope for dear life. This is a top stitch. It's supposed to be pretty. It's supposed to be elegant. So I'm going to draw sew lines on. So let me quickly grab a ruler. I'll jump on and I'll draw my sew lines. Okie dokie, so I've drawn all my sew lines on. So I'm going to take this over to the sewing machine. I'm going to top stitch those sew lines, and then we're going to come back and we're going to install those bag feet. So follow me over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie. So we are just going to top stitch all along those drawn sew lines. Again, if you did use stabilizer, make sure your stabilizer is still there, especially if it's a sew-in. Mine is not. It is a Sewfisticated, so I just need to make sure everything lines up. And we are top stitching on those lines if you did draw it on. If you didn't draw it on, it is 1/3/8 from the edge. Okie dokie, there we go. And then we're going to head back over to the overhead, and I'll quickly clean the sew lines off and meet you over there. I'll see you over on the other side. Okie dokie, let's get these bag feet installed. So we've sewn that top stitching line. I've cleaned off the sew guides that I did. Oh, what I haven't done yet is, I haven't pulled my threads through yet. Oh. Okay, so I'll quickly pull those through and tie it off. There we go. Now, like I said, I have been using a projector. So my bag feet, I've just marked it based off the projector pattern thing. If you are using pattern pieces, you can just copy it across from that. If you are using the cut list, you can measure and draw them on. Okay, so those are all options that you can use. Next, we are going to install the bag feet. So depending on whether you're adding another layer of stabilizer to the base, I am not. So I am going to need some painter's tape, of course, the hardware. We are going to be doing 5 bag feet for this bag, so make sure you have, I'm using Chicago screw bag feet, so I'm just making sure I have the right amount of screws and bag feet, and then a little bit of cool little housekeeping, a bit of glue. I don't have the right type of glue right now. Most of the time I prefer to use super glue. I've run out. So I am just using whatever glue I can get my hands on, which at the moment is this, okay? Is it a be all or end all if I do not glue it? No, it's just good housekeeping, okay? So first of all, I am going to poke through holes where these all are. You can use a hole punch if you want, or you can use anything sharp. As you can see, I am using my seam ripper. And then we're just going to get the bag feet through. Okie doke. So move this more centered so it's easy to see. Okay, the next thing I like to do is just get a tiny bit of glue and just kind of put it right into the screw hole. The screw hole, is that what we're calling it? Not too much. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but it's literally just a tiny little bit and it's just right inside there. And then we are going to screw it on. Hand screw first, and then of course, tighten. There we go. And we're going to do that with all 4 of them. Now, all 5 of them. After you've done it, if you are using another layer of stabilizer, you can put the other layer of stabilizer down. I am not, because I'm using a self-adhesive Sewfisticated Premium. So it's a 3mm thick, really quite stable one. So I'm not adding any more to it. So I'm just going to put a bit of painter's tape on the underside to help protect the lining from the screws. Okay, but let me quickly get all of these on and then we can keep going. Here we go. So that is all of our bag feet installed. So let's keep moving on and hop on to the next step. Okie dokie. So let's start on the assembly, I guess this is called. So first of all, we're going to grab our base lining piece, F1, and we're going to flip to the wrong side. Along the top edge, we are going to draw a guideline 3/4 inch down from that top long edge. We're then going to grab some double-sided tape, and we're going to put some double-sided tape just above that line. And then we're going to fold that top edge down to meet that line. There we go. Okay, and then we're just going to put this aside for a second and we're going to go back to working with the base exterior. Okay, okie dokie. So, I was going to do this before and I didn't, but right now we're going to attach the base. And while we attach the base, I'm going to quickly trim off these zippers. I have a special zipper scissors that I like. I don't know, this is probably a me thing, but I always feel like zippers will dull my good fabric scissors. I don't know, is that a real thing? Somebody tell me in the comments if that's a real thing or if that's all in my head. Okay, so after we cut them, because it is zipper tape, whenever we cut zipper tape, we send. There we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab our base exterior. We're going to line our base exterior right sides together with the front panel. There we go. Perfect. Match it up. And we're going to baste it together with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay. After we get that basted on, we are going to grab our lining, our base lining. And remember how our base lining, remember how we just did it. But with our base lining, there's a raw edge and there is a non-raw edge. We are going to match the raw edge, center to center, right sides together to the lining side, okay? So the easiest way to do this is to actually squish this down, okay? Get her squished down. She can handle it, okay? And then we're going to match our lining right sides together to that base as well. And then we're going to sew it all together with a 3/8 seam allowance, okay? But let's get this happening first. We'll get the exterior basted on and then we will get moving on the lining. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie. So first of all, let's get that base basted onto the front panel. Oh, okie doke. Nice little basting stitch. There we go. Now that that's basted down, we're just going to quickly grab our lining, base lining panel. I might need to make space. I don't have enough space here. Okay. Move that pocket out of the way. Okay, so that's that base that we just sewed together, exterior right sides together. We're now going to grab our lining, right sides together to the lining with the raw edge, and we're going to match that up to that base as well. You will, especially if you are doing an insulated one like me, you will find that you're going to have to squish this insulated pocket down a fair bit. Should have realized when I was doing the first test to make that this tutorial is going to be a fun one to film, because I'm just trying to get in there enough and still make sure it's on camera. But yes, I am using a nice thick insulating foam, so this is quite normal that this is so hard for you guys to see. Okay, there we go. So we're now going to sew this lining down with a 3/8 seam allowance, squishing down that front pocket as we go so that we can make space for those stitches. Okay. And again, if you are using like an insulated fleece, or if you are doing the non-insulated version, your pocket will not be as puffy as mine is right now. So it'll be much easier. So, okay. You might even find, because I had to do this with my first one, is that I found it easier to do this side first as a base with the lining as well. So you might see me actually kind of falling out of my 3/8 right now and kind of going into a 1/4 inch. So if you have to do that, feel free to do that. This would, for me, I know for me it is because of how I don't know if my bag's over stabilized, but it is because of all my stabilizers and all my insulating. Okay, which just makes this a little bit trickier to get that 3/8 first up. So I think I had to do this on my tester make as well. But I'm not stressed because once that fabric's on, it's on. Okay. So that kind of went from a 3/8 to I think by the end I've made a 1/8. So I'm just going to quickly cut that off. And then I'm going to flip it around to the other side and come back in and do it with the 3/8 with the exterior side down. Jassy had actually said to me, I kind of forgot this, when I did my tester make, she did say to me, why don't you do it exterior side up? Like, that is probably going to be easier for you. I obviously didn't listen. Or I listened and forgot about it. There we go, all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and we'll get started on doing the other side. Okie dokie. So we just did that front side. I should have done this over on the machine, I forgot. We're just going to trim off those corners as well. Go. And then we're now going to be dealing with the back panel. So go grab the back panel. And we are matching the back panel to the other side of the exterior panel, just like we did on the front. Match that up. Okay, now we are going to sew this together with a 3/8 seam allowance, okay? The base and the back panel. We are going to make sure the lining is left out of the way. And we're just sewing the base to the back exterior, okay? So let's head back over to the sewing machine and let's get that sewn together with a 3/8 seam allowance. Okie dokie. This time I am going to do it exterior side up or the base side up like Jassy suggested. I remembered this time, Jassy. Okie doke. Oh. If you have a flatbed, it makes this a bit easier because obviously we're now getting into territory where this is big, okay? So it's getting heavy, but you need to hold it flat so that all the layers stay flat, okay? And, oh, knocked you guys, sorry. This is with a 3/8 seam allowance and just getting this sewn up. I am veering off my 3/8 again, but that's because of this foam. If you are able to get a skinny foot, is that what they're called? I don't know what they're called. Yeah, like a zipper foot or a skinny foot on your sewing machine, that helps. I do not have one and I cannot get one because of my vintage machine. Okie doke. Once we've sewn that together with the 3/8 seam allowance, like we did on the other side, I am just going to trim off these corners and then we're going to head back over to the overhead and keep on going. Okie dokie, so we've just sewn the front and back panel to the base exterior. Now what we're going to do, I'm just going to open this flat. You won't be able to see everything because, obviously this bag's quite big. Actually you can see most of it. Yay! So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to finger press that seam. And I'm just going to put a bit of double-sided tape right along the inside of that 3/8 line of stitches that I just did. Then we are going to take the backing off. We are going to line that lining up over to this side. We're making sure that it definitely covers those stitches. Go. And it's perfect and beautiful. Now we're just going to put a couple of clips on the side here just to hold it all in place. There we go. And then we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to top stitch around the whole perimeter of the base only with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so we will be this way around. So top stitching all the way around that with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that top stitching done. Okay, so we are top stitching around that whole base. I like to start on the back panel one because obviously this is where we have just double-sided taped down the linings. Oh, I keep knocking you guys because I was hand cranking. So I just think if I go from this way, then at least I can get that all stitched down quicker and I don't have to stress about it. So we are top stitching. So it is just with a 1/8 seam allowance. Trying to get everything. It's harder to do with a camera in the mix, I'll tell you that. Okay, and then baste along these edges. And then as you come to the front panel side, you might have to squish a little bit more because obviously if, like me, you are using fat insulation, then this gets bulky. Sorry, this is hard for you guys to see. There's just too much stuff here. Around. There we go. That's the base all on. Okie doke. So that's that main compartment all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and we'll get the side panel started. Okie dokie. Next we're going to be working on the key leash. So we're going to grab the key leash lining. We're going to, on the wrong side, mark the center. I've actually drawn a line, but I've used a really hard to see pen. I don't know if you guys can see it. That is strategic. I don't like to use super dark color pens on these situations. It won't show, but I still just like to, yeah, it's just what I like to do. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to fold both of the long sides or both of these edges in to meet that center. I like to give it a good finger press as I go because as you can see, we're not using double-sided tape on this, okay? So giving it a good press just means that it helps stay better and helps me find it. Well, not find it. I can see where a fold is. Okay. And then the other side as well. Again, in case I didn't say this, this is wrong sides together. Okay, so once that has been done, it's folded wrong side together, then we're going to fold backwards like this in half so that the right side is together and you will have both of your raw edges on this side. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to open up one of these folds, okay? So I'm going to open up this one on the top and then on that fold line, it's going to wrap around to this side. Okay, so again, this was like this. So you've got almost like an M shape. You're going to open one of these up and then you're going to wrap it back around so that now you should have fold on one side and the two raw edges together. Okay, that's only on one side. Yep. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. And we're going to sew this together with a 3/8 seam allowance, okay? So follow me over, let's get that sewn up and then we will keep moving on. Okie dokie. So we are just going to sew this together with a 3/8 seam allowance. All done. Now let's head back over to the overhead and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie, so we've just sewn that key leash down. So what we're going to do next is we are going to open the strap back up. We're going to open this back up. We're going to flip it So this is being sent inside. Oh, actually, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to quickly trim off these. I just like to trim off corners whenever I can on that seam allowance. So it's just a little triangle. I'm going to turn it right side out and then get that bird around. So that's that seam there that we just sewed. Okay. And then we're going to fold all of these back along that fold line and then fold this wrong side together too to enclose that seam. Okay, so we birthed it and then we've got all the folds. Fold that back together, back down, and then together again. And so what you will see now is that everything is completely enclosed and we have no showing raw edges. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to top stitch around the whole perimeter of this. If you wanted to, after you've top stitched it, you can either sew the swivel hook on. So you can either add the swivel hook, fold it down and top stitch it, or you can rivet it. I'm going to rivet it. So let's get this top stitched over at the sewing machine and then we'll come back over and I will rivet it. So follow me over. Okie dokie. Let's get this top stitched. So where am I going to start? I'm trying to decide where I want to start. I'm going to start on the raw edge side and on the side that has the opening. So the reason why I choose that is because obviously the raw edge side will end up getting sewn into the edge. So I don't have to worry about start stop points. And this side first because I want to get this closed up ASAP. Now Jassy actually has it that you are just top stitching along the two edges, so not around this bit. I cheat and I do this bit too, mainly because, oh, I'm dropping bobbins, mainly because I can't be bothered lifting my sewing needle and having to do extra, what's the word, like folding, like pulling the threads through. So I just go all the way. Now the risk you have with doing this is just like the strap, if you go top stitch the same way both times, you have less chance of twisting and that kind of thing. But I'm using Sophisticated Twills, so the risk of me twisting is super rare anyway. Okay, so now that we are top stitched, if you wanted to sew the swivel hook on and not use a rivet like I'm going to do, you can insert it now. So you can, I don't have one here right now. This is all I've got. Oh, that's, pretend this is a swivel hook. You can insert it now, fold it over and just sew that down. I'm not going to do that because I am using a rivet. So I'm going to head back over to the overhead and we're going to put it in and rivet it down. So follow me back over to this overhead. Okay, key leash. Like I said, I am going to just use a rivet to hold it tight. So double check if there is a nice side and a wrong side for you based off your stitches. And then on the uglier side, if there is one, fold it down. Doesn't matter how far down, obviously the shorter this is, the longer your snap, your key leash is, but either way it's going to be fine. And then just on the center, nice little cut the hole. If you need to use any fray stop at all, make sure you get the fray stop in. And then I'm just going to rivet it shut. I just find if you've got the rivet press, it's slightly more work. Well, for me, I find it slightly more work because I have to go get my rivet press out. I have to cut the hole, blah, 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 whereas I'm sewing anyway with the top stitching. But I just find with this, when you just rivet it shut, it's a neater finish. It's a tidier finish. And there we go. So that's your key leash done. So we'll put that aside and keep moving on. Okie dokie. We're going to be working on the strap connector tab now. So this is my strap connector tab. Going to go to the wrong side. we're going to mark the center. I've just folded so that I've got a little crease. It's not a long piece. I don't need to draw a line all the way through. You can if you want to. And if you wanted to, you can add double-sided tape to the two long edges. I'm not going to. And then we're just going to fold those long edges in to meet the center line marking. And we're doing that on both sides. And once we have done that, we are going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to top stitch along both of those. Sorry, we are going to top stitch along both of those long edges. Actually, you can top stitch around the whole thing if you wanted to, but yeah, here we go. And then once we've top stitched along both of those two long edges, we're going to cut it in half. We're going to cut it in half so you'll have two pieces. We're going to insert our D-rings into each piece, match the short edges, and baste it. But I'll talk you through it over at the sewing machine. So follow me over. Okie dokie, so let's get these strap connectors done. Okay, so top stitch either side, 1/8 seam allowance, and other side. Okay, there we go. So that's top stitch. So now what we're going to do is we're going to fold it in half and cut this in half. Becomes two pieces. I'm going to grab our D-rings over. I'm going to thread our D-ring through and then have those short ends meet and baste that shut. There we go. Now that those are basted, we can put them aside and let's head back over to the other side. Okay, let's get this top accent started. So, first of all, I'm just going to mark out our centers on this top accent. I'm going to mark out top and bottom because why not? Next, what we're going to do is we are going to grab our D-ring holders. We are going to match our D-ring holders to the center on the bottom, allowing roughly a 3/8 overhang. Okay, so I'm just double checking. Yeah, with that, and clip that in place. There we go. And then the other side. There we go. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to also grab our key leash, okay? So our key leash, we're going to place it 1 inch away from the D-ring tab. Doesn't matter if it's left or right, it's up to you. And of course, it's only on one of them. So I'm going to do mine roughly here. If you do have a preferred front or back for your D-ring, for your key leash, I like to have my right side facing that because when this is all done, this is how you will see it hanging in your bag, okay? When you bring it out, it's this way. When you bring it down, it's this way. So both sides you will see. So it just depends on what version, well, not what version, but which side you'd rather see more. We're also leaving about a 3/8 overhang on here as well. Okay, and then we're going to head over to the sewing machine. Oops, be good if I actually clip that down. We're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to get these all sewn down with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie, let's quickly get these D-rings and key leashes basted on. So it is just a basting stitch. So just a 1/8 seam allowance. Just basting it on to hold it in place. There we go. And then the second piece. There we go. Okay, let's head back over to the overhead and keep moving on. Okie dokie, let's get on to the side gusset assembly. So we've done the D-rings and all of that. That's all attached. Next, oh, I've got these upside down. These go this way, don't they? Okay, next we're going to grab our E1 lining pieces and we are going to quickly find the center point of them. Okay, once we've got the center points, we're going to match the top accent exterior EE, their bottom edge to the top, right sides together, center to center. Just trying to double check. Okay, and the other one too, right sides together, center to center. Go. And then we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew that together with a 3/8 seam allowance. After we've sewn it together, we're going to open it up and we are going to top stitch along the lining side. Okay, so when we top stitch along the lining side, make sure your D-ring tab is up and you're top stitching on the lining side. Now with the what's this called again? The key leash. We're also going to make sure that the key leash is out of the way. Okay, so you want your key leash, like your D-ring, out of the way, and we're just top stitching along that lining. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. Let's get that sewn together first of all with a 3/8. Then we're going to open it up and top stitch it. So follow me over. Okie dokie. So let's get these sewn up with the 3/8 seam allowance. One thing I like to make sure of, especially with the key leash, is that it is in a straight, like it is dangling straight down and not at an angle, okay? Because even at that 3/8 seam allowance, if it's even in a slight angle, it could disrupt it a little bit. Sorry, I noticed a thread stuck in there. Okay, so 3/8. Whoopsies. Oh, I didn't check my D-ring. I broke my needle. Give me a second. Oh, okay, changed my needle, rethreaded. So my D-ring was flipped up. So I ran straight onto my D-ring and broke my needle. So do check that your D-ring is facing down. I normally do. I don't know why I didn't this time. Anyway, that's why you have to check every time. So continue it on that 3/8, finish it off. Once you've finished putting that together, we're just going to trim off those seam allowance corners. And then we are going to open it up, D-ring, key fob over to the exterior side, and we are going to top stitch along the interior or the lining side, okay? So that is with a 1/8 seam allowance. There we go. And then the second one, double check your D-ring this time. Okie doke. All done. Okay, so let's head back over to the overhead. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the side gusset assembly. So what we're going to do after we've gotten those tops on, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to match these corners. So we're going to turn it wrong side, to the wrong side. And we're matching these corners right sides together. Okay, just like that. And the same on the other side, right side together, just like that. And we're going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to sew those together. So this is the wrong side, so we're matching them right sides together on those two. And we're going to sew that together with a 1/4" seam allowance. And we're going to be doing exactly the same thing for the other lining piece as well as the two external pieces, okay? Okie dokie, just like that. So let's head over to the sewing machine and get that all sewn together. Let's get these corners sewed up. So it is just being sewn together with a 1/4" seam allowance. And here we go. And it's both corners on all of the lining, well, both the lining side gussets as well as the exterior pieces. There we go. So after we've sewn that corner together, One thing I like to do is just on that corner, cut it open so that seam can lie flat, and just cut that little corner for bulk. So I've literally just cut straight through there without cutting the seams or the stitches, so that way you can actually flatten it. Okay, but let's get all these other corners done up so they're all with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then we will keep going. Okie doke, all done. So let's head back over to the overhead. I'm going to get all of these threads. As you can see, I just sewed it all together in one go. So I just need to get all these threads cut off and cut open that seam like I showed you guys. And I'll meet you over at the overhead. Okay. Sorry, this looks like a mess. So now that we've got that all sewn together, I'm just going to put the exterior side for now. We're going to quickly on the lining side. We are just going to add a little rivet underneath our D-ring just to keep it all nice and tight. So quickly, Jassy has given us a measurement of a 3/8 of an inch up. Now, I am going to say this. You may not be able to get to 3/8. My last make, I couldn't do 3/8 because of how thick my D-ring was. I was using a really, really, really thick D-ring. So if that is you, don't really worry about it. The main thing is that it's centered. So if it is centered, then you are pretty good. Okay, so I'm just doing it right there. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we are going to punch that hole and all the way through. Boing! Now, before we add a rivet to it, good housekeeping is add a little bit of scrap stabilizer to it. Do I have, are any of these big enough? Yes, these should be big enough. Boop, boop. You know, so a little bit of scrap on that. Now, another thing that I like to do, because this has happened to me one too many times where my rivets have pulled through, is I use these little, I think they're like picture hook hangy things, but I add them to the back. I just think for me, they help me feel a little bit more secure with my D-rings. Now, I do just quickly add a little bit of painter's tape on here first because obviously these are wider and bigger than these foams stabilizers. So I just want to make sure I've got a little bit more stability before I add that rivet. And then I grab my rivets, quickly poke through, and poke my finger, poke through that hole to make a hole through the stabilizer too. Get that all the way through. It's one thing that I'm really careful about with rivets, because I've had this happen one too many times where the rivet has broken through, like just clean came out of my fabric. So I'm a bit pedantic with it. I add this onto it, and then if I want to be really smart, I actually even do it on the little hole. Oops, wrong bit. What am I doing? Yep, this bit. And then cap it. Nope. Ugh, that was the wrong size one. Cap it. Okay. And then so what this does is once this is stuffed in, this tiny little rivet becomes that big of a circle. So it makes it harder to pull out. If you have more of the washers that you can use behind magnetic snaps, those are really good too. That's what I was actually trying to buy when I got these. I was trying to buy more washers, but I couldn't find washers. Okay. So other side too, add that through. And then however you choose to secure these, just punch it. There we go. Now, because of these metal pieces, again, same as like the like how I do the magnetic snaps, I just quickly add another piece of painter's tape over it to protect my fabric because I am painter's tape obsessed. Okay. There we go. So that's those with the rivets installed. Let's keep moving straight along. So we're going to bring back our side gusset exterior back into the frame. We are going to match it right sides together with the lining. Again, I'm just quickly looking for a center point because I like center points. We're going to match these center to center, right sides together and along the top only at this point, okay? So it is normal that your lining will be wider at the top. See that? How well can you see that? See that comes out? Because you used a rectangle piece on the top, remember? So it is completely normal that at this point, the lining is wider, okay? That's why we're matching center to center. And then we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew that edge together with a 3/8 seam allowance. And then we're going to come back and we're going to put our stabilizer on. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Okay, cool. So let's quickly get this piece matched up too. And then we'll head over to the sewing machine and get it all happening. Okie dokie. Let's go over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie. So let's get these sewn together with a 3/8 seam allowance. So, doing. Okay. And next one. All done. Okie dokie. Let's head back over to the overheads. Going to actually, before I head back over to the overhead, I'm just going to quickly clip off those corners just to make that less bulky. And then we'll head back over to the overhead view and keep moving on. Okie dokie. So we're back over here. Let's now get our stabilizers on. So first I can get rid of these things, all of these clips. So what we're going to do now is, Jessie actually has this. Does she have this on this part or does she have it on the bottom part? But I like to quickly, at this point, while these are still together, trim off that edge, okay? Because we are going to want that exterior and that lining to match up and be the same. So I'm just going to right now quickly trim it based off that exterior on that top panel. Because remember how those tops were done as a rectangle, and obviously this is not a rectangle. So I'm just trimming that off so that they match up and are the same. Okay, once I've done that, I'm going to add our stabilizers. Now, Jessie has for the stabilizers to be added to the internal, the lining panel. The reason for it is because of the, or I think anyway, is because of the D-ring, okay? So we want the D-ring to have more stability. Now, the problem with having it on the lining side is if, like me, you are using a suffusive, which she specifically says don't use, okay? So I am going against instructions here. So this is a me problem. You are going to have to deal with wrinkles, okay? I did this with my other make as well, and I know how to get rid of them. So I will show you. So first of all, I found my centers and I'm just about to stick this down. We're going to stick it as close as we can, like we have before on all the other stabilizers we've done so far today. Match it as close as we can to the top, okay? And then as it comes down, you are going to find, sorry, I've got this upside down to make it easier for me, but as it comes down, you will find that it doesn't fit here, right? Oh, I told you guys I was going to clean these up and I didn't. This is why we cut these open, okay, to make it easier on this bit. And then what you will find is, as you flip this to have it right way round or wrong way round, whatever it is, we can get it to smoothly and gently follow that corner, okay? And you don't have to worry about this too much. It's not a big deal. And we know I don't like wrinkles, right? So if I say it's not a big deal, we're pretty safe. Now, because I am using an adhesive when we've specifically said, please don't use an adhesive, what I'm doing is I'm coming over to this side first, undoing all of that hard work that I did on the bottom there, and I'm just smoothing it down better, okay? Just like that. Now, what I like to do at this point too is, sorry, there's a bit of fluff on there. That's why I could see it. So what I like to do at this point now is also use the iron a little bit, give it a nice little heat so that this will all stay nice and smooth because it will be fused to that corner exactly how it's supposed to be. Once I've done that, I will just flop that back so that those corners can sit better, okay? I'm gonna quickly adhere this one too on this side. I'm going to quickly grab my iron. I'm going to give it a quick little fuse and then I'll show you. Oh yeah. So after I give it a quick little fuse so that it melts the glue, I'm going to let it sit until it cools before I flop this over like I showed you guys before so that that all fits in there. And then after that, we're going to head back over to the sewing machine. We're going to top stitch along that edge. And then we are going to baste around the whole perimeter, matching that exterior to the lining, wrong sides together. But let me quickly do this and then I'll meet you over at the sewing machine and we can do the sewy bit. Let's get that top stitched and basted. Now, you guys already saw me break one needle. I'm not doing it yet. So make sure you get your D-ring facing downwards first before you top stitch. And then probably should have used a couple of clips to make sure everything lines up, but this is what I'm doing now. I'm committed. D-ring, not there. And we are top stitching and then basting. And then baste around those edges. Because I've not clipped this beforehand, I'm just making sure I get this sorted before I get to this corner. I forgot to trim some of these edges. Whoops. So, quick little tip for you. If you are using vinyl like I am, sometimes my vinyl stretches more. So it causes problems like that. So if you are doing that, the smart way to have done it was to finish at your top stitching and then turn it around and have the lining side up, because my twill side never stretches. So I should have had my twill side on the top, but I wasn't thinking about that, was I? Now, based off where this stretching started happening, I should be able to just come back around and just do that one side. There we go. I'll show you on the other piece what I mean. And this is how I did my, there we go. So I'm now lining side up to just baste that remainder side that I haven't done yet. All done. Okay. So now the second side. Let's look at how pretty this is. I don't know. I can't show it to you guys. I'll show you guys over there overhead. It's so pretty. Anyway. Oh, okay. Other side. So for me and how I sew, the easiest way to do this, which actually takes a little bit more time, and I should have done it the first time around, is top stitch with the exterior side up, making sure your D-ring and your key leash is tucked away. I said tucked away. And then instead of turning this corner here and keep going, because this happens to me with leachy vinyl in particular, is the worst I notice with stretching, is turn it around to the lining side and then baste the sides and the bottom with the lining side up. I find this way for me, I have less like stretch problems. haven't actually done this bit yet. If you are using an adhesive like I am for the stabilizer, don't worry too much, honestly. If it's looking a little wrinkly at this stage, you can always iron it or fix it up when you get back to the overhead, but mine's actually looking really good because I did all the prep work earlier. Oh, sorry, that sounded so cocky. Oh. Okie dokie, there we go. So that's those side panels all done. So let's keep moving on. Okie dokie, so this is where we're up to. We're up to the final hurdle, the final bit. So we're gonna grab our side panels in. First of all, we're gonna mark our centers. So we're gonna fold our side panels together to find our centers, mark them. If you have excess like this, which I should have trimmed off that I've forgotten, trim it off now. And then after we've marked our centers, what we're gonna do is double check your center on the bag too, okay? So fold your bag together, matching the tops to then find the center. It should still be the center base, but just in case your sewing has moved any of those slightly out of whack, it's just nice to quickly double check it now before it keeps going. Now, if you have a key leash, I like to have the key leash towards the front of my bag. So if you have been doing your zippers the right way, as per what shoulder you're going to wear it, your key leash should be on the opposite side to where your zipper tails are, okay? So my zipper tails are facing that way. My key leash should be on this side of the bag, okay? If your zipper tails are facing this way, your key leash would be on that side of the bag. So that, for me, is how to have your key leash on the front of your bag. So when you open it, you can easily grab it and use it. If you are just using your key leash for like lip balm, things like that, and you don't actually need it that easily to access, having it on the back makes no difference, then it really doesn't matter, okay? But for me, I like to have it on the front, easy to pull out. So I'm going to do that side first, okay? Now, we are going to match these center to center points first, and then we're also going to match the base together. So just there to there. And then we are going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to baste just that bit along the base, okay? We are also going to do that on the other side too. So I'm going to quickly clip that in so we can baste both of these side panels to the front panels just along the base first. Okie dokie, so let's head over to the sewing machine and let's just get those two basted on. Okie dokie, so we're just basting those side panels on. This is super big. And here we go, get that in there. This is just a basting, so we don't normally reverse stitch, but I like to just give it a quick little reverse so that as I'm clipping, my stitches don't just come undone. Sometimes I can be a little bit rough. Okie doke. And then the other side too. Okie dokie. There we go. So let's head back over and we'll keep clipping the rest of this bag in place. We're so close to done, guys. Okie dokie. So we've just basted that on. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to match the tops to the top of the bag. Okay. So we're matching the top first. Keep breaking my clips. And then slowly clipping it down. And the other side. I find it easier to kind of like clip both sides together first so you can kind of get like an ovally shape, a U-y shape. The second side's easier to clip because by then you've got something to hold on to on one side. Come here. Oh. Oh my goodness, so hard to clip. Okay, there you go. Now that that's all clipped together, we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew it together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? Once we've done this side, we'll come back and we'll clip the other side too, okay? Let's head over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie. So we're coming in with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Ooh. Okay, making sure that's all held tight. I have so many loose threads everywhere. In case it's not obvious and I didn't say anything, this is the side seam, okay? So I've got the side seam is up here, and I think right now that's the front. Yep, so the front panel is on my machine. Sorry, it's really hard to get you guys in there. I can't even see over my bag, to be honest. Actually, you guys have a better view than I do. I'm almost better off watching. Sorry. That's still all super attached. Get rid of some of these clips. Oh, all my clips came off. I've got clips flying everywhere right now. Okie dokie, now that we've done the first side, we're going to do exactly the same thing on the second side. So I'm going to head back over to the overhead. I'm going to clip it, and then we're going to come back over and sew it all exactly the same way. Okie dokie, so now both of the side panels have been sewn together. This is what we're looking at. Now Jassy has a tip here to turn the bag right side out to double check that you are happy with how everything looks before you keep moving on. Truth be told, I did that for my first test. I'm not doing that again because anyone who's watched my videos know I hate birthing. So I don't want to turn it more than I have to, which is fine. So I'm going to keep moving on. I trust myself. I know I've done this right. I know I don't have anything caught. The reason we're turning it is to make sure that you don't have any pucky corners, okay? So when I was sewing those bottom bases, it all came together really smoothly. So I know I should be fine. That's why I'm trusting myself, okay? Now, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to cut the seam allowance. So we sewed with a 1/4 inch. We're going to cut the seam allowance down to about 1/8 of an inch. So just give that a nice little trim. That will also hopefully cut off all of your loose threads and everything. One thing that you can do as well, Jassy has put this in, is around these corners, depending on the fabric choices that you used and like your stitches and how they felt, you can go through and add a second line of stitches there, just to help, so just within the seam allowance after you've chopped it off, just to help keep it all nice and tight, because some of our testers did find maybe, some of the testers found that when they birthed it, some of those corners came undone, okay? So if I'm not going to do it because I trust my sewing machine, I trust my thread tension, but if you're not sure, go back in and add just another row of little stitches just around that bottom and around that base, okay? Okie dokie, so that is all cut. I'm just going to trim around the top here with all of the loose threads, just to kind of clean up that finish a little bit. Okay, and then we are good to turn the bag right side out. There we go. That's all right side out. So right now we should have, you'll see this. Now, if you didn't realize, your these pockets come inward like this. So we are just kind of tucking it in like this. I'm just rolling my seams to help get them nice and flat. If you have clamps, you can give these seams a nice little clamp to help them settle before you keep moving on to the next step. The next step is pre-warning, going to be the trickiest bit for a lot of us, okay? So it is going to be thick, it's going to be bulky, and it is a top stitch, okay? So the biggest hint I can give you, or tip, is oil and new needle. So I am going to go change my needle before I bring us over, but that is my biggest tip. Before I did my first one, I oiled my machine overnight and changed the needle. So that is a tip I will give you, is change your needle and think about oiling as well. Okay, but now what we're going to do is we're going to head back over to the sewing machine. Right side out, we are going to top stitch along this whole edge. And what that will do is that will then enclose all of those raw edges. And we're going to top stitch it all with a 3/8 seam allowance, okay? And we're going to do that all the way around on both sides, okay? The right and the left. So follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that happening. Okay, this is it. Possibly the trickiest part of this bag. Now, because I did this in the first one, make sure you know where your zipper tails are. A smart thing to do is maybe to even kind of clip them out of the way. I'm just going to clip it onto that strap there because yes, during my test to make, I did accidentally sew my zipper tails into this seam. Oh, that was fun. Okay, so we are top stitching. So this is with a 3/8 seam allowance. Obviously, this is going to be thick. So like I said, if you can, new needle and oil if needed. If you need to change your presser foot height or pressure, especially if you are using vinyl, do have a think about it. I'm actually thinking I might even need to do it for mine, to be honest, because this is quite thick. Just loosen it a bit. Okay. Now, this starting stitch is going to be hard because it's really high. Like, this is bulky. There you go. I like to leave nice long tails so I can then tie it off. And then the second side. Okie dokie, that is that top stitch all done. Let's head back over to the overhead. Okie dokie, so that is all of that top stitching done. I've pulled through the stitches and tied it off. Now the last thing left to do is our zipper. So quickly grab your last zipper pull, which I thought mine was here. Now I don't see it. There it is. Our last zipper pull, we're going to insert that in. Go. Once that's in, we're going to finish off that end there. So we can either use a hardware zipper end or we can make our own. I'm going to show you guys how to do this zipper end because Jassie's actually come up with a really cool one. I really quite like this. It's quite funky. And I mean, any chance to save on hardware, all for it. Okay, so I'll move this bag out of the way first so we can just focus on this zipper tab. So we'll grab our zipper tab piece D3. On the wrong side, we are marking a straight line about 3/4 in from one of the short edges. So I've already done that. We're then going to add some double-sided tape, and then we're going to bring the short edge up to that line. Go. Okay, once we've folded it, so this is the wrong side with the folded edge, this is the raw edge. We're going to bring our bag back in. Okay, we are going to turn the bag upside down. So that's, can you guys still see the zipper tape easily? Don't mind this. This looks nicer after I smooth it out. I haven't had a chance to smooth it yet. Okay, so zipper tape down. We're going to match the zipper tape to, I should probably find the center, shouldn't I? Okay, then we're going to match the center, right side up, and then we're going to find the center of that zipper tab piece and we're going to match it to the right side of the zipper. Okay, so right now both, wrong side, right side to right side, yep. Now next what we're going to do is we are going to wrap our zipper tab around our zipper tape. Grab some clips. Go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew across that soft short edge through all the layers with a 3/8 seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. Let's get that sewn down and then we will keep going. Okie dokie, we're over at the sewing machine. I forgot about the fact that my zipper tape is wider than the standard zipper tape, so I'm hoping this still works. We will find out together. Okay, so we're going to sew this together with a 3/8 seam allowance, just sewing through all those layers right there. Go. And then we'll head back over to the overhead and we'll keep going. Okay, so we've sewn all those layers together. So next what we're going to do is we are going to unclip that. We're going to bring it back around so it's wrong sides together. Going to flip it this way. And then we're going to fold back on those lines that we had before. And then we're going to bring this top down just to meet the end there. All we're doing at the moment is finding a center point. Okay, so give that a nice fold to find that center point. And then we are going to fold these two sides together so that the long edges are facing each other, okay? Just gonna clip that together. And then we're gonna head over to the sewing machine and we're gonna sew right on that center mark. I don't know how well you can see it. I can see it pretty good, but right on that center mark that we made before, that center fold. And we're gonna sew straight across, but about 2 stitches before reaching the folded edge, okay? So we're going to sew this way until we get to the folded section, but we're going to stop about 2 stitches away. Okay, follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that happening. Dokie. So we are just at that centered line that we made before. I don't know how well you guys can see it. I can see it right there. So I'm just gonna sew from here, from that fold, on that folded line, but yeah, on the folded line, from the outside in towards the fold. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. English, please, Sammy. So it's that spot there. Go. And we're going to leave it about 2 stitches from the end. So I'm just going to stop about there. I'll bring it in closer to show you guys. So, cut all these threads off. Go. So, so I've sewn from here down to here. I left about 2 stitch lengths there. Okay, it doesn't have to be exact. So there you go. Okay, and we'll head back over and we'll keep doing it. Okie dokie. So we've just sewn that bit right there. So now what we're looking at from the front would be something like this. So that's all sewn together. And then there's a gap there. What we're going to do now is we're just going to open that back up and fold it back together against the back end. So now we have a super cute, is that almost like a triangle shape, but not quite. I don't know what you would call this kind of shape. Like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to top stitch around the whole perimeter to finish it off nice and neat. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and we're going to get that last top stitch done. And then this bag is going to be all done. Follow me over. Okie dokie, so this is the final top stitch. I'm just going to top stitch all around the whole perimeter of this with a 1/8 seam allowance. This is tricky doing it with you guys here. Normally I can just kind of maneuver this without too much trouble, but I have to be careful that I don't block you guys completely. There we go, all done. So I'm just going to pull all the threads through to the back, tie it off, and I'll meet you over at the overhead. Okie dokie, and there you have it. That is our Savour all done. Now, one thing I like to do now, because this is straight off the machine, I like to just give that front a little press if I need to. With this one, I'm actually pretty good. I think I did a really good job with that first iron, so I don't need to iron anymore. I like to let it sit overnight with some towels. With these seams around the top edge, I like to give it a little roll, a little bit more pressure, just to help it settle into its seam because it is quite thick. But let's have a quick look at what we've achieved, shall we? So we've got the Savour Tote. The front pocket that opens up is an insulated pocket in through here. You can have it as an insulated pocket like I have, or you can have it as a shoe compartment. Both work really well. On the back panel exterior, you have a slip pocket, and then inside that slip pocket, which is held by a magnet, you have a large zipper pocket. Head on to the inside of the bag, well, on the outside still, you have two-tone strap if you choose to do so. You have a zipper closure, which also has a fun new way to do a zipper tab. You have D-rings for if you wanted to use your bag as a crossbody. You can open it up. Inside you have a key leash to add stuff to hold. You have a zipper overlay zipper pocket. Have a slip pocket, which you can choose to divide into sections if you would like. And then your insulated pocket, when not in use, you can fold it up so that it's out of the way as well, depending on what materials you use as well. I am actually using my own one as a laptop bag. It does fit my MacBook Pro, so that's an option for people there as well. But there we have it. That is our Savour Tote all done. Ta-da! And there we have it. That is our Savour Tote by Sophisticated Craft Designs all done. I have had a ball sewing with you guys. If you have enjoyed this tutorial or liked sewing along with me, please make sure you subscribe. There are links in this YouTube video, which may link you back to my own company, Inklings in the Kraken, or other patterns and supplies that I've used in this tutorial. Some of them I do get affiliate payouts for, so if you do click any of those links and purchase anything, thank you so much for supporting me. That's me all done. It's Sam from Made by Erland. Thanks for sewing along with me.